A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed, Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
What was that?
Just a noise.
Oh, I thought it was a noise.
What did it sound like?
Sounded like a pop.
David, you're positively a mind reader, a clairvoyant. You're wonderful.
Very wonderful, very wonderful. I have to meet a contractor on a job.
Already?
Now, don't tell me. That isn't what I heard pop. Because if popovers pop so you can hear it pop, it isn't a good popover.
It wasn't the popover you heard pop. It was what goes with the popover that popped. I just opened a syrup bottle.
This all sounds like Peter Piper picked a pickle.
I get the idea, anyway.
I don't like it.
I don't see the connect. You do like pickles.
Darling, the list of what I don't like for breakfast would fill a book. The list of what I do like is very simple. Why are you so insistent on ganging up on me?
How can one person gang up on anybody?
I don't know, but you managed to. Fortunately for me, I not only don't have time to eat them, but I haven't got time to argue about them.
Got one tiny one?
Well, just this one, since there's toast. Hey, it's not bad.
There, see?
Not for breakfast. Now, look, darling, I don't know when I'll be home. I wish I could help you with the bookcase.
Oh, I'll manage it all right. They'll sell it again. The man at the auction told me they often do.
I'd feel safer if you promised to stay away from the auctions. You're the kind of woman who is a sucker for white elephants.
They have a beautiful white ivory elephant on exhibition for the next
I
day.
didn't mean that kind.
But you've got to admit the secretary was a wonderful value.
Wonderful value to somebody who's got a 10-foot ceiling. But a white elephant, to us, it's comparative.
The ivory elephant was small.
It was still an elephant. Do you or do you not promise?
I promise. Finish your orange juice. Have another popover?
If you so much as mention them, I will pop you. And now I will pop over or pop under this bookcase that is blocking the door.
Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
Pop, pop.
That was a poor excuse for a kiss.
And now I'll pop along on my popping way.
Goodbye, Papa.
Oh, say, mister, the way you popped out of that door, you almost run me over.
Morning, Mr. Norton. Meant to take the bookcase back.
Claudia, there's a man to see you about an elephant.
Oh, hello, Fritz.
Good morning, Mrs. Norton. The truck meant to take back the piece of furniture.
I got there as soon as I could, lady. We got a lot of deliveries. Do you still want the bookcase to go back to the auction room?
I was hoping to get back in time for this afternoon's sale.
Well, if that's where you want it, it'll be there in half an hour, lady. All right, Hyman. Hoist them up.
My name is still Fritz.
Look, just so long as you carry your half of it, I'll call you sweetheart. Say, this didn't get no lighter since last night.
You'll be careful of the wall.
Sure thing. Hey, lady, you better sit down on the sofa. Don't you feel good?
No, I don't. I mean,
Hey, Hyman, watch it. The little lady just passed out. Let down your hand. All right. Get some water. Fan her face. Say, do something.
I am doing something. I'm not getting excited.
She ain't dead, is she? Things that happened to a guy.
No, it is just that she fainted. Will not last long.
It wasn't nothing that I did.
No, I'm quite sure that it was nothing that you did.
That's a pretty kettle of fish. I don't like being here with a dame passed out on her sofa.
Mrs. Norton is not a dame, like you say, and she did not pass out. She fainted.
Oh, skates his dame. You think I don't know how to speak English? Why do you think she passed out?
Could be reasons.
Hey, there's somebody at the door.
I can squeeze by. Why, Claudia, what's happened?
No, there's nothing to get alarmed at, lady. She just turned pale and keeled over.
She is all right, Mrs. Brown. She's opening her eyes now. Yes, she's all right.
Amos, let's get out of this. Too much people are fainting in here.
Mama, you here? What happened? I'm glad you're here.
You need I should help you or send a Bertha, maybe?
No, I think everything will be all right. I'll call Bertha if I need her.
All right. Truckman, take the front end.
Right, you are, Amos. My old lady used to get...
This is a nice how do you do. What happened?
I don't know. Only thing I can remember is that I got a little dizzy all at once.
You apparently got a great deal dizzy. You fainted.
Fainted? Me? You mean I was unconscious?
You don't have to be so proud about it. It happens in the best of families.
But I never fainted in my life. I'm not the kind of person that faints.
There are not kinds of people who faint.
There are too, only girls in old-fashioned novels.
Apparently new-fashioned girls can do it, too.
You don't seem very worried about it.
I'm not.
That isn't true. You're as white as a ghost. You really are worried. Now, you admit it.
For someone who isn't the kind of girl who faints, you're as proud as if you'd really done something. Let me see your tongue.
Let me see your tongue. Let me see your tongue. From the time I was a baby, if I had so much as a sniffle, it was, let me see your tongue. Won't you ever realize I've grown up?
As far as your tongue is concerned, I haven't noticed it. Stick it out.
How did I come?
Wags quite a lot. Otherwise, all right. What did you have for breakfast?
Oh, just the usual. Except I had popovers for David.
Well, they've been known to be indigestible.
David thought they were pretty rich. He liked them, he said, but he wouldn't eat more than one.
Well, there you are. And I suppose you ate up all that were left.
I didn't eat any. I didn't know it, but I guess I wasn't feeling any too well then.
For you not to eat is a serious symptom. What did you eat yesterday?
Nothing.
Well, that is, of course, a gross exaggeration. Now, think back. What did you eat for lunch yesterday?
I wasn't hungry. All I felt like was a piece of bread and butter and a pickle.
Oh.
Do you think it could have been the pickle?
No. I do not think it was anything you ate. Open your mouth again. Let me look at your throat.
It made me feel like a sick horse. You know, I have been feeling sort of not so good for the past week.
Well, why didn't you say something about it?
It always passes off, but my throat feels fine.
Hush up. Let me look. Open. Now say ah.
Ah.
Throat's all right. Forehead's cool. No fever.
Could it be a bad heart, maybe, like Aunt Louisa's?
It is not a bad heart like Aunt Louisa's. And anyway, Aunt Louisa hasn't got a bad heart. She has asthma.
This doesn't feel like asthma.
Well, it definitely is not asthma.
You don't seem at all worried. In fact, you look positively pleased because your daughter fainted.
I am. Come on now. I'll help you get dressed.
It's much too early to go to the auction.
We are not going to the auction.
Oh, yes, we are.
Oh, no, we're not. We're going to the doctor's.
I like doctors' offices.
Why?
Oh, they're so educational. I mean, about all the geography I ever learned was at the doctor's office, out of the National Geographic.
You couldn't know less geography. You are practically illiterate, geographically speaking.
That's because I was always so healthy. Do you suppose we'll have to wait long for Dr. Williams?
If we'd had an appointment, we wouldn't have had to wait at all. But I mean, we'd have been on time.
You mean we'd have done our waiting somewhere else? I'm so nervous. Feel my hands are cold.
Oh, there's nothing to be at all nervous about.
There is. Suppose it isn't true.
Well, supposing.
I couldn't bear it. I'd be so disappointed. So would David.
Well, since David doesn't know anything about it, how could he be disappointed? Calm down. Read your magazine.
Like you, I suppose.
I'm calm, and I'm reading.
Upside down.
I was looking at the pictures.
Upside down.
Shh. Here's Dr. Williams.
Take 2 of those pills after each meal. Come in again next week, this time for checkup.
Hello, Dr. Williams.
Well, Mrs. Brown, and you, young lady.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Come into my office. Well, you're both looking very well. Who's the patient?
I am. I'm going to have a baby. Isn't it wonderful?
Claudia.
Well, that's very good news. Who told you?
Mama?
Claudia, will you behave? Doctor, there mightn't be any truth in this at all.
Well, if there isn't, I'm awfully sick because I fainted this morning.
So, well, fainting spells can come from a number of things. I shouldn't jump to conclusions too hastily. Sit down here and let me take your blood pressure. Roll up your sleeve.
Is that far enough?
Yeah, I'll just wrap this around your arm. Hold still. We are.
What was it?
120.
Is that good?
Excellent. Couldn't be better. Let me listen to your heart.
Oh, my heart's all right. My heart's fine.
Claudia, will you behave?
The last time I treated this child, she had the measles. She hasn't changed very much, has she?
A little for the worse, if anything. I don't see how her husband puts up with her.
I'd like to meet that young man of yours someday. Is he happy about the baby?
He doesn't know about it yet. It just happened. He thinks Mama and I are at an auction sale. But he's wonderful and he'll love it.
Claudia, please talk sense.
I can't. I'm too excited. David really is wonderful, Dr. Williams.
Yes, he's pretty nice, Doctor.
Well, you three seem to be mighty good friends.
It'll be even nicer when there are 5 of us.
5 of us?
Yes, after the twins come.
After the You'd better begin with one at a time, young lady.
Twins run in families, if anyone should happen to ask you.
Nonsense. With my dual personality and David's charm, how can we miss?
You'd be surprised. Now then, let me write down a few facts. You're, how old?
19.
18.
Mama, must we go into that again? My birthday is December 29th.
All right. 19.
And, Doctor, if you don't think it's confusing to be born so close to January 1st.
Oh, it must be.
It's a jit, too. Gets all mixed up with Christmas and raises hob with presents and parties.
I think the doctor is interested in other details.
There's something I won't be as thoughtless about as you. I'll never do anything like that to a child of mine.
Well, apparently not to this child. Let's call you 19.
Well, practically 19.
You know, Mama, with a little cheating at both ends, I can be a grandmother at 40.
I see I have my life's work cut out for me.
And so apparently has David, earning enough money to support them.
And you've been married how long?
Just 3 months. That's pretty good, isn't it?
I don't know just what you mean by pretty good, but pretty good.
Can you tell if it'll be twins?
Yes,
When?
after the first one is born.
Oh, I can't stand the suspense.
But if it is true, you ought to expect this baby around, middle of June.
Do you mean to say I have to wait that long?
I certainly hope that you see your way clear to do so.
There's something wrong with the system.
It's been tested out for a number of years now, and personally I found it very satisfactory. Now, step into my other office.
Come with us, Mama. Why, Mrs. Brown, your hands are freezing.
Well, what do you expect? This is my first grandchild.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. One hears a great many suggestions these days about how to entertain young people in the home. One excellent way is to keep the refrigerator well stocked with Coca-Cola. That ensures many a refreshing pause during study and play hours. Better still, it provides the makings of a party any old time, the sort of friendly, wholesome home party parents approve of. How is your supply of Coke? Hadn't you better stock up? Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir. And remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
some people are just naturally shy and retiring. But according to our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, Mr. Boynton overdoes it.
Yes, we don't even hold hands when we go to the movies. Except, of course, when I surreptitiously slip him the 65 cents for my ticket. Even that slight contact could be more romantic if it lasted a bit longer. But the minute he feels a $50, a dime, and a nickel, he lets go. I remember one night I was 15 cents short. That's the hottest time I've had with him in 6 years. After brooding about this stalemate all week, I decided last Thursday night to give him up once and for all, to put him completely out of my mind. It was difficult to do, but once I had arrived at the decision, I stretched out on my bed, turned out the light, and in no time at all, I was peacefully writhing around, shredding my sheets. Friday morning, my landlady had an even rougher time than usual trying to wake me up.
Connie, wake up, Connie. Connie, time to get up, dear. Rise and shine, Connie.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Davis. Thanks for waking me. I've got to get to school. What's this? What am I doing with my clothes on?
You put them on 10 minutes ago when I woke you the first time.
I should have slept in them. They could use a good pressing.
I'll straighten your bed while you get your shoes on. And goodness, what made you take all those face towels to bed with you?
Those aren't face towels. That's what's left of the sheet. I'm afraid I had a very restless night, Mrs. Davis. I tossed and turned for hours.
Worrying about Mr. Boynton, Connie?
Not anymore. I decided to call it quits.
But, Connie...
Oh, I know I've said that before, but this time I mean it. I'm going to forget all about him.
When did you arrive at that decision?
Yesterday, after another one of our amorous dates in the park zoo. It was terribly disappointing, Mrs. Davis. The more so since 4 or 5 minutes seemed genuinely romantic when Mr. Boynton breathed on the back of my neck.
When did he do that?
While he was looking over my shoulder at the monkeys.
He's a strange man in many ways, Connie, but I'm sure you can patch it up.
Well, there's nothing to patch up, Mrs. Davis. I'm just going to put him out of my mind completely.
Well, whatever you say, dear. Now, please put on your shoes and come into the dinette. Breakfast will be ready in a jiffy.
You go on ahead. I'll be right in. Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy.
Well, don't take too long, dear. I don't want your grapefruit to get cold.
Don't worry. I'll be there in a minute.
Oh, Connie. Connie, would you like some toast?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Davis, I'd love some toast. Where is it?
Just lift your head, dear. It's under your cheek.
I can't remember when I've been so knocked out. It was those dreams, I guess. I must have dreamt of 100 people, and every one of them looked like Mr. Boynton.
Well, that's the way it goes, dear. The minute you try to forget someone, he takes over your thoughts completely.
Maybe if I read the morning paper, I can get him out of my mind. Let's see what the headlines... Mrs. Davis, look, on the front page, a picture of Mr. Boynton.
Let me see. Why, Connie, what's the matter with you? This is the Indian ambassador.
What?
Well, I should say the American ambassador to India.
But he's the image of Mr. Boynton. The hair, the eyes. Well, on closer study, this seems to be a much older man than Mr. Boynton. Still, there's a remarkable resemblance.
You only imagine there is because of your mental conflict. Don't you see, Connie? One side of your mind is trying to boot Mr. Boynton out, while the other side is trying to lock him in.
No wonder it's so noisy in there. See, my head is just spinning.
Well, take it easy, dear. Remember, the one thing most difficult to forget is what you're trying to forget. If you'll cooperate with me, Connie, I'll show you just what I mean with a simple little experiment. Just try to forget an object on this table. Anything at all. Well, the coffee pot, for example.
This coffee pot?
Any coffee pot. Now close your eyes and clear your mind. Close them tightly. That's it. Now, Connie Brooks, I command you not to think of a coffee pot. There's no such thing as a coffee pot. No coffee pot at all. Just keep telling yourself you must not think of a coffee pot.
No coffee pot. I must not think of a coffee pot.
That's right. No coffee pot. No coffee pot. Now, quickly, Connie, what are you thinking of?
A coffee pot.
I can't understand it. Something must have gone wrong. Try again now. Are you still thinking of a coffee pot?
Yes, but it looks like Mr. Boynton. The handle is the same shape as his nose. The lid is the same shape as his head. In fact, the whole thing is... No, I'm wrong. It couldn't possibly be Mr. Boynton.
Why not?
It's percolating. Oh, well, I'll have some coffee.
Oh, somebody's at the front door.
There's the phone. We're a big hit this morning.
I'll see who's at the door, and you answer the phone, Connie.
Hello?
Good morning, Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Boynton.
Oh. Just what do you want, Mr. Boynton?
I called to ask if you'd care to join me this afternoon.
Where?
At the Museum of Natural History. They're going to exhibit for the first time a red-tailed field mouse from France. Should be very exciting.
A French field mouse?
That's right.
Well, kiss him on both cheeks for me. I can't make it.
I don't quite understand your attitude, Miss Brooks. You sound rather unfriendly this morning.
Excuse me, Connie, but there's 5 cents postage due on this cookbook that just arrived, and I haven't a bit of change. Would you pay the postman for me? He's waiting at the door.
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Davis. Hold the phone a minute, will you, Mr. Boynton?
All right.
I understand Mrs. Davis owes you... Yikes!
What seems to be the trouble, ma'am?
Mr. Boynton, what are you doing in that postman's outfit? And how did you get off the phone and over here so quickly?
Did you say Boynton, ma'am? My name is McDonald. I'm the new postman in this district. Now, if you'll kindly give me a nickel, let's do it.
Here's your nickel, Mr. McDonald, but please do me a favor. Wait here just 1 minute. It's very important.
Okay.
Hello? Are you still there, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, Miss Brooks.
That's all I wanted to know. Bye. Mr. McDonald?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Bye. Mrs. Davis, why didn't you tell me that our new postman is the image of Mr. Boynton?
What are you saying, Connie? Mr. McDonald doesn't look any more like Mr. Boynton than I do. And he's got a thick Scottish burr.
Burr? He doesn't have any more Scottish burr than a French field mouse. Or an Indian ambassador.
Now, dear, pull yourself together. You see, Connie, when my sister Angela was being treated for her absent-mindedness, I learned quite a bit about psychiatry.
Well, what has that got to do with me?
Just this, dear. As a result of your decision to break things off with Mr. Boynton, you are suffering from a combination of visual and auricular hallucinations. You see Mr. Boynton's face on other people because you want to see it. You hear his voice because you want to hear it. All this may be likened to a mirage. You see what I'm driving at?
Exactly. You're trying to tell me that I'm perceiving objects which have no foundation in fact. I'm experiencing sensations which have no actual external cause, and that I am, in general, blowing my cork.
Oh, it's not that bad, dear.
Not that bad. When everybody I see looks like... Wait a minute. Why don't you look like Mr. Boynton to me?
It doesn't work that way, Connie. Familiar faces don't change. It's new ones that assume his identity most readily. But don't you worry, dear. I've got the best remedy in the world for your trouble.
What is it?
Diversion. I'm going to give a big party here tonight. We'll invite the Conklins, some of your students, and by all means invite Mr. Boynton. He should help you forget him best of all.
Oh, no, you don't, Mrs. Davis. I appreciate your giving me a party, but if it's just one of your schemes to bring Mr. Boynton and me together...
Now, don't be silly, Connie. If you don't want him to come, that settles it.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis.
Well, of course, if the party doesn't do the trick for you, you can always see Dr. Friedkin. He's the analyst who took care of Angela.
Well, I finally got got to school, but spent the whole morning like someone in a dream. Reality seemed to return when I stood in front of the steam table in the school cafeteria and set some lunch on my tray.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. McDonald. I was just about... Mr. McDonald, what are you doing at school? Shouldn't you be delivering the U.S. mail?
Miss Brooks, I'm Mr. Boynton. What have I got to do with the U.S. mail?
Or the U.S. female, for that matter. How's the field mouse from France?
Well, now that you mention it, I heard this morning that the exhibit's been called off. The French field mouse never got here. Seems there was a strike, and the boat he was on couldn't leave port.
You mean he was too chicken to swim? If you'll excuse me, I promised I'd join Walter Denton at his table.
I really don't understand why you're giving me the cold shoulder today.
If my shoulder is cold, Mr. Boynton, it's only because somebody blew a big chance to warm it up.
I don't quite understand that either.
Well, maybe some of your companions at the zoo could explain it to you.
Now, look, if there's something I've done that why are you staring at me so strangely, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I was just wondering. Mr. Boynton, do you have a twin brother who's a postman? Or an Indian ambassador?
Of course not.
Do you have a twin brother who's a coffee pot? Never mind. You really must excuse me now.
But, Miss Brooks...
Goodbye, Mr. Boynton. Hello, Walter. How's everything?
My cup of happiness is slopping over. Here, let me set your tray down for you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, if I may make an observation, you don't seem in a very good mood for your party. I haven't seen you smile all day.
Oh, don't let that fool you. The only reason I'm not smiling is because I'm miserable. Don't ask me why, Walter. It's extremely personal.
Well, as a matter of fact, while I was changing classes, I saw Mrs. Davis driving by, and she stopped to tell me that I should try to cheer you up because you feel so miserable over Mr. Boynton that she's throwing a party tonight to help you forget him.
That's what I say. It's personal. At least my trying to forget Mr. Boynton should be personal, Walter. Now that you're in on it, I hope you'll keep it to yourself.
Oh, don't you worry, Miss Brooks. Only a blabbermouth would spread around a thing like that. Say, there's Harriet Conklin. Oh, you don't mind if she joins us for lunch, do you?
Well,
Over here, Harriet.
Hi, Walter.
Hello, Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks. What's this I hear about your trying to forget Mr. Boynton?
Where did you hear that, Harriet? I said, where did she hear that, blabbermouth?
Correct, Miss Brooks. But Harriet will keep your secret. You can depend on that.
Oh, you certainly can, Miss Brooks. Gosh, the cafeteria's awfully crowded today. Do you mind if Daddy and I have lunch with you?
Oh, well,
Over here, Daddy.
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Hi, Mr. Conklin. It's always a great honor to share our festive board with the beloved principal of our beloved school. In fact, no other personage on earth would be more welcome to our beloved...
Oh, shut up. Go and order my lunch, Harriet.
All right, Daddy.
I see you finished your lunch, Denton. And so, as the Latin saying goes, omnium deriosum nihi disputandum.
Meaning what?
Get lost.
Oh, sure. See you later.
So long, Walter.
Now then, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir?
What's this I hear about you trying to forget Mr. Boynton?
I don't know. What's this you hear about me trying to forget Mr. Boynton?
I don't know. What's this I hear about you trying to forget?
We're in a rut, sir. Frankly, I don't care to discuss my personal life. As my principal, you're empowered to question me only on those matters which are pertinent to school business.
This does concern school business. You're supposed to spend 6 hours of every day in your classroom, Miss Brooks. And yet most of that time I see you in the hallway galloping after Mr. Boynton like a hopped-up gazelle. If you really intend to forget him, therefore, I can look for an improvement in your work.
I can only assure you, Mr. Conklin, that not only is there absolutely nothing between Mr. Boynton and me, but there's going to be less.
Good.
evening, the Help Me Forget Mr. Boynton party was about to begin with some strange people whose names Mrs. Davis was trying to help me remember. Some of the guests had already arrived.
I'll go set the table, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, thank you, Harriet. My, it's going to be a wonderful party, Connie. Let me see. Mr. Conklin is bringing Mr. Abernathy. Walter Denton is bringing a pal from Clay City High. Chester Pruitt, I believe his name is. Then there's Mrs. Foster.
Mrs. Foster?
A friend of mine who works at the beauty shop. I've been wanting you to meet her for months. Now, is there anyone special that you forgot to invite?
Just the postman. I can't get over how closely he resembled Mr. Boynton when I met him this morning. Even his voice was the same.
I told you, Connie, you created such a violent mental conflict when you decided to forget Mr. Boynton that your eyes and ears played tricks on you. If you'll call Dr. Friedkin, my sister's analyst, he'll explain it to you in a minute.
Well, I'm hoping this party will be all the medicine I need to make me forget that Mr. Boynton ever existed.
Miss Brooks, Daddy is so hungry, he said he could eat his weight in cold cuts.
Well, I'm not going to cook a moose just for him. He'll have to be patient, Harriet. Is Mr. Abernathy with him?
Oh, not yet. He stopped at the store for something. But Walter and his pal Chester Pruitt are here. Cute boy. They're playing marbles on the rug.
Yeah, that's But you ought to go in and chat with your guests, Connie. I'll finish preparing dinner.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Hello, Mr. Conklin.
When do we eat?
You'll probably eat while I'm carrying dinner to the table. It'll just be a few minutes, sir.
Oh, I suppose that's Mr. Abernathy at the door. I'll get it.
Yes, sir. Well, how are you tonight, Walter?
No, just fine, Miss Brooks. Pick up your marbles, Chester. Miss Brooks, this is Chester Pruitt.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Miss Brooks.
Whoops! Oh, come now. What sort of a gag is this, Mr. Boynton?
Mr. Boynton?
No, this is Chester Pruitt, Miss Brooks.
But he's the image of Mr. Boynton. That is, to me, he resembles him very much, but then...
Would you move your feet a little, Miss Brooks? I want to look around the floor.
Wait a minute, I've got to get this straight.
Oh, please, Miss Brooks. I haven't got all my marbles.
You haven't got all your marbles. If I were in the Army, I'd be out on Section 8. Look, Mr. Boynton, Chester, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 14, but I'm going on 15. I think it was real peachy keen of you to let me come over tonight.
I think I'll go lie down. If you boys will excuse me.
Oh, hold on there, Miss Brooks. I want you to meet a friend of mine. This is Mr. Abernathy. Oh, I'm delighted to meet you, Miss Brooks.
Huh? Wait a minute. You can't be Mr. Abernathy. You're Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Boynton? Well, that's quite a compliment to pay a 70-year-old man. Boynton is a young biology teacher at Madison, Fred. Well, bless you, Miss Brooks. If I had my new dentures with me, I'd bite you.
Excuse me a minute.
Will you get the coffee, Connie?
Not now, Mrs. Davis. Walter, take a good look at Mr. Abernathy, okay? Now take a good look at Chester Pruitt. Now give it to me straight. Does either of them resemble Mr. Boynton?
Not in the least.
Uh-huh. Mrs. Davis.
What is it, Connie?
What's Dr. Friedkin's phone number? I'm ready for the couch.
What's that, dear?
Never mind, I'll look it up.
Oh, come on, Miss Brooks. I'll help you get the coffee. You know, you seem kind of unsteady on your feet, Miss Brooks. But don't worry, you'll feel better after you eat.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'd better take this coffee pot here and
Oh, not that one. That's the one that looks like Mr. Boynton.
Come again?
There's no time to explain now, Walter. I've got to look up Dr. Friedkin's number in this phone book. D-E-F-F-A-E-F-L-F-R-F-R-I.
Into the living room, Walter. The kitchen is just for us girls.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Just trying to help. Oh, hi, Mrs. Foster. Good to see you.
F-R-I-E-D-K-I...
Connie, I want you to meet an old friend.
Oh,
This is Mrs. Foster.
How do you do? Oh, no.
I'm happy to know you, my dear. Mrs. Davis has told me and my husband so much about you.
I'll leave you two alone and let you get acquainted. See you later.
You'll forgive me for staring, Mrs. Foster, but there's something about your face.
Yes, I know, but it can't be helped. Beautician or no beautician, I'm not the girl I used to be.
That you can say louder. I mean, you look so very much like someone, and yet as you stand here in that off-the-shoulder dress...
Oh, I'm so glad you like it, my dear. I made it myself. Of course, I don't do quite as much sewing lately as I used to.
You don't?
No. Not since the baby came.
You have a baby? Well, what is it, a girl or a Boynton? I mean... Is it a boy?
Well, my last born is a boy. I have 7 all told. Heavens, I don't know what I'd do without the diety service. But, Miss Brooks, you look rather pale.
Naturally. My blood just left for Dr. Friedkin. You'll have to excuse me now, Mrs. Foster. I've got to make a very important phone call. If you'll step into the living room...
But I don't know any of your guests aside from the Conklins and Walter Denton, Miss Brooks. Could the phone call possibly wait until you've introduced me to the others?
Well, all right. Follow me. Mrs. Foster, this is Chester Pruitt.
Hello, Chester.
Chester, Mrs. Foster.
Hello, Mrs. Foster.
Mrs. Foster, Mr. Abernathy.
Hello, Mr. Abernathy.
Mr. Abernathy, Mrs. Foster.
Hello, Mrs. Foster.
Well, now that you've all met yourself...
Oh, just a minute. There's one you haven't met, Miss Brooks, in the baby carriage right behind you.
Baby carriage?
I took the liberty of bringing the baby with me. He's only 6 months old, and the other children are a little rough with him. The little doll's playing with his rattle. I'll lift the hood back and let you see him, Miss Brooks. Here we are.
Oh, what a beautiful little bear.
Goo, goo.
Oh, no. Dr. Friedkin! Dr. Friedkin! Dr. Friedkin! Dr. Friedkin! Oh, Dr. Friedkin!
Connie.
Dr. Friedkin.
Connie. Wake up, dear. Connie.
Oh, what do you want, Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis?
You'll never get to school if you keep dozing off in that chair, Connie. It's almost 7:45.
Mrs. Davis, has Mr. McDonald been here yet? The new postman?
What are you talking about? Our postman is still old Mr. Fitzgerald. He's been with us for years.
Well, the party, Mrs. Davis. What about the party you were throwing to help me forget Mr. Boynton?
I don't know anything about a party, Connie. You must be... Oh, you've been dreaming. Of course. Now I remember. After you'd gotten dressed, you told me that you were sick of Mr. Boynton taking you to the zoo so often. Then when I went to the front door to let Mr. Boynton in, you must have dozed off again. He's waiting for you in the living room.
Mr. Boynton is? Excuse me a minute. Mr. Boynton? Mr. Boynton?
Here I am, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Boynton, do you have any plans for this afternoon?
No, I haven't.
Then will you take me to the zoo, please?
But, Miss Brooks, we've been to the zoo practically every day this week.
I like it. I like it.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, Clarence Clark, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Joe Clone and Al Lewis with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, and Gloria McMillan. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
That Admiral was quite a bird. He faced the ice and snow just to tell the Eskimos what everyone should know. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Nord.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and wringer washers, gas and electric ranges, water heaters, and home freezers. Originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Norge presents the Red Skelton Radio Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and the Smith Twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, the man with the station wagon physique and the convertible face, MGM's clown, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Rod.
Hiya, Red. Say, boy, what happened to your car? It really looks beat up.
Yeah, I was going to have it repainted and get a new top, but then I ran into some material shortages.
What material?
Money.
Money?
Yeah, money.
Oh, yes. I've been working for you so long I almost forgot what that was.
That wasn't it.
But, about your car, how'd you get it banged up so much in the first place?
Well, I took it to one of those downtown parking lots. You know those places where they take your car for a down payment as the parking fee?
Oh, yes.
Well, I drove onto the lot, and I asked the guy to be careful about denting my car. And he really was. They're the nicest dents you've ever seen. Lucky he didn't damage the engine.
What? Lucky what?
So I've got a hangnail and it covers the words here. I said, I'm lucky he didn't damage the engine.
Oh.
It was okay when I took it out of the trunk.
Well, in a case like that, aren't they liable?
Huh?
I said, in a case like that, aren't they liable?
Yeah, if you say anything about it, they're liable to do it again. Yeah.
Well, the way I heard it, you pulled in, parked in the center of the lot, and walked away with the keys. Now, don't you think a thing like that irritates the parking lot attendants?
It helped. When I got back into the car, I found I was parked in the last row. Well, I missed something here. Wait a minute now. I messed up this one.
Yes, you did.
I forgot to say that it was 5 feet across and it was 3 feet deep. 300 feet deep. This writing's so close to the paper. It's so...
You say it was 5 feet across and 300 feet deep?
5 feet across and 300 feet deep, yes.
Well, that sounds like an alley.
Maybe that's why that truck kept going through unscrambling cars.
Say, how'd you ever get your car out from behind all those others?
Oh, it was easy. I shifted into the reverse, and I give her the gun, and I backed out about 60 miles an hour. And I maneuvered it all around, all around the other cars, and finally got out without a scratch.
Did all this actually happen, Red?
Yeah. It was the dream I had while I was being pulled out of the wreck. I kind of feel bad about it because I'd planned to drive the car to Washington, D.C. the next vacation.
Well, why Washington?
Well, my mother brought me up never to squander money, so where else could I learn how not to do it? That ain't what it says, but it will have to do.
Well, you liked Washington, though, didn't you, Red?
Oh, yeah, it's really a wonderful city. Gleaming white buildings in the Treasury Department, broad avenues in the Treasury Department, beautiful memorials in the Treasury Department, huge new...
No, just a minute. The Treasury Department...
Let me mention the Pentagon, will you? And the Treasury Department.
Yes. The Treasury Department seems to have made quite an impression on you.
Annually. Hey, you know, I took my uncle in where they're making money.
Yeah.
And when he saw the printing the money on the press, he says, "How do you like the dirty crooks? They're stealing my idea." They let me hold a $10,000 bill in my hand.
Really?
Yeah. Of course, my feet was nailed to the floor. Well, now, shall we tell some jokes?
Say, where'd you stay the last time you were there, Red?
I stayed at the Statler Hotel.
That's a pretty classy place.
Oh, yeah.
Did you have a suite?
Hmm?
I say it was a pretty classy place. Did you have a suite?
No, I took my wife with me.
Oh.
Boy, I never saw a place so worried about politics. Everyone's trying to predict the next election.
Well, that isn't so hard.
Yeah. Hey, who do you think will win the election? The Democrats or Republicans?
Eisenhower.
I still... Well, my question hasn't been answered yet. Hey, I think we better let David Rose and his orchestra play, huh?
If you thought buying a washing machine was just a necessary evil, you're in for a pleasant surprise when you see the Norge triple-action washer in the new Pyramid model. It's not only streamlined in looks, it's streamlined in action. If you've been shopping around, you've probably noticed that these new full-skirt washers have a tendency to tip over. But not this new Norge. For the Norge Pyramid model is the only full-skirt washer with a wider base and 5 instead of the usual 4 casters to prevent tipping. It rolls as lightly as a kiddie car, but you can anchor it from either side with the tip of your toe, because 2 of the casters are self-locking. Of course, the most important thing about this new Norge is that it gets your clothes cleaner in less time. Norge Triple Action really gets the deep down dirt, yet the average load takes only 7 minutes. And folks, when you buy a new Norge wringer washer, you can count on quality, even in the parts you can't see. Ask your Norge dealer to show you the new Pyramid model washers. For you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a chapter about Sunday dinners. It's a story about Clem Kiddiddlehopper, a moocher.
Well, here I am. Do 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 go 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 do. I sound like Margaret being dragged through a knothole. Oh, sure, well, anyhow, that's the words to the song, anyhow.
Words?
Yeah, if I could just remember the tune. Boy, here it is Sunday. Seems like only yesterday it was Saturday. But I love Sunday, though, you know. Nobody works, and I don't look so conspicuous. Boy, am I hungry. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. And if that butcher keeps raising prices, I probably have to. He either gets them late or enjoys them long. I don't know. Oh, well, I wish I had time to sit down and read Gene Fowler's new book, Snozola. It's all about Jimmy Durante. Well, look who's coming down the street, old Mac Davis. Maybe he'd read the Fowler book to me.
Howdy, Clem.
Howdy, Mac.
What's that in your hand, Clem?
Well, I ain't sure. Either I found a rope or I've lost a cow. Now, that's from one of them Gene Fowler books.
Yes, it is.
That's from Snozola.
Tell me, what are you going to do for a living now?
Well, I got a job delivering newspapers, you see. Mm-hmm. Extra, extra, read all about it. I wish I could.
Well, maybe if you earn some money, you can persuade Daisy June to be serious about you. You know, she's been seeing other men.
Yeah, and the moment they start seeing her, that'll be the end of that.
Of course, you can't.
That girl's got a head that wore out 4 bodies.
Really? Of course, you can't exactly blame her for playing around. You know, when you went on your trip, she was sort of at loose ends.
As I recollect, she was kind of saggy in the middle, too. Well, here's where she lives. I think I'll mosey in and see what they're having for Sunday dinner. See you later, Mac. Would you read the Durante book to me someday?
Oh, hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy June. That was a brothy hello. Well, the reason I talk like that, I'm a broth of a boy, they say.
Come closer, Clem, so you can smell the new perfume I'm wearing.
I smell it. I can't get any closer.
Don't you like it?
What is it, Rabbit Hutch number 3? It's really fine. It's really fine, but don't you think the glue factory down the road may complain?
Now, don't be funny, Clem. Are you on your way home?
Yep. I'm due there for supper. We're having blackstrap molasses.
Well, I have to go in and prepare a chicken dinner. I said I have to go in and prepare a chicken dinner. Well, why don't you say something, Clem?
I can't. My mouth is watering so fast. You don't happen to have a blotter, do you?
Is food all you think of, Clem?
No, right now I'm thinking about you and how lovely you are.
Now, somehow I got the feeling your mind is on something else.
No, I'm just thinking about you. Now, don't think this is just flattery to get something to eat, because it ain't. You've got the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen. I love that red one. Got one red one and one green one. If your nose was only amber, we could make a stoplight out of it. Oh, you've really got pretty hands and pretty eyes and the most shapely drumstick. Well, now, there I've let the cat out of the bag.
I hear you got a new job since you came back from your trip, Clam.
Yes.
Delivering papers.
Yeah, they wouldn't take me back on the hockey team.
Why not?
They finally got a real pup. I don't get half of this stuff myself till I hear it.
I'm sure glad to see you working.
Yeah.
I hope you're saving your money.
That I am. I'm saving it up for a torso. A trousseau.
Lamb. A trousseau is for a girl.
Well, I'm thinking about getting one of them, too.
I thought I was your girl.
Well, you're a wonderful cook, Daisy June. And you talk pretty good, too.
Thank you, Clam.
But sometimes a man likes to just to sit back and look.
Clam.
Yep.
Are you still seeing the widow?
Sure, I see her. There's nothing wrong with my eyes. That's too fast. She didn't get that at all. Yeah, I kind of like that widow, you know.
Oh, Clam, she's two-faced.
I know. That's what I like about her. You can kiss her coming or going.
You ought to have your eyes examined if you think she's attractive.
Well, looks ain't everything, you know. Beauty's only skin deep. Or they ought to take her out and skin her. Yes, they say beauty's only skin deep, but that's deep enough for me. I'm no cannibal, you know. Looks ain't everything, you know. I kind of feel sorry for that widow. See, it's the same thing. Whenever you're around a window or a widow, look out. I kind of feel sorry for her. She's got all that money and no one to spend it on.
Clam Cadiddle Hopper.
Shame.
You only want her because her husband left her all that money.
Don't be silly. I'd want her no matter who left it to her.
Clam, you're a moron.
Well, you notice I ain't stuck up about it, don't you?
Well, come on in and I'll give you some dinner.
Yeah.
Maybe then you'll forget the Widow Brown.
Well, I can't forget her completely. That's where I'm having breakfast, you see.
Come in.
Yeah. Look, I bought myself a new bowl to replace the one you broke the last time I was here.
Gee, Clem, do you expect to eat out of this? It's a dog bowl.
I know it's a dog bowl. But it's got high sides on it. Keeps my ears out of the food. Besides, he only uses it in the morning.
Oh, here comes Grandpa now.
Yeah.
He looks good today.
Yes, he does.
He's got color in his teeth.
Yes, he's a much lighter green. Goes nice with his purple lips, don't it?
Grandpa, Clem's been hanging around that widow again.
Clem, you ought to know better than to hang around that widow.
Right.
She might lead you astray.
Oh, no, she won't. I know this country around here too well to get lost.
Oh, Clem, forget the widow. Have you ever stopped to think what it would be like to be married to me?
Yes, I've thought about it.
So have I, Clem.
Gruesome, ain't it?
But, Clem, you need me.
I need you like I need another hole in my head.
You'll be sorry when some other feller comes along and marries me.
Well, I won't be as sorry as he'll be. Before I leave, please pay me for the paper I delivered this morning. I've got to eat, too, you know. One of these days, I hope to find out why.
You, get out.
What a fine howdy-do, slamming the door right in my face. Daisy June, open up. I refuse to leave unless you open that door.
Clem, did it hurt you when I slammed the door in your face?
Oh, no. My nose was always flat like this. Now I'll have to breathe through my ears.
Is that all you wanted?
No, I want to know, if I come back, will you take me in your arms and will you kiss me?
Oh, yes, Clem.
That settles it. Goodbye.
Clem, now I'm all puckered up. You gotta kiss me.
You're all puckered up?
Yay.
That's what you get for eating them persimmons. Well, go put your lipstick on.
You mean take it off?
No, put it on. I gotta have a target, don't I?
It'll have to be just a friendly kiss.
Oh?
Because Grandpa's in the next room.
Okay, I'll just give it one of those motherly kisses. Well, that's what you get for running around with those Air Corps boys. Friendly little thing, ain't you?
Was that motherly?
Yeah. Now I know why Pop never left home.
And now the Smith twins and Undecided.
First you say you do, and then you don't. And then you say you will, and then you won't. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? Now you want to play, and then it's no. And when you say you stay, that's when you go. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? I've been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense, 'cause you keep me in suspense, and you know it. Then you promise to return when you don't, I really burn. Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it. If you got a heart, and if you're kind, then don't keep us apart. Make up your mind, you're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? I've been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense, 'cause you keep me in suspense, and you know it. Then you promise to return when you don't, I really burn. Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it. If you got a heart, and if you're kind, then don't keep us apart. Make up your mind, you're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? I'm undecided which way to go, whether yes or whether no. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
And now a wash day hint from Jessie Cartwright, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Did you know you can wash frilly blouses or a fragile lace tablecloth right along with sheets and shirts in your Norge? Here's the trick. Just put the frilly things in a pillowcase and run a basting thread across the top. They'll be just as safe as if you'd washed them by hand.
How do you put the frills through the wringer?
You can leave them right in the pillow slip rod. Because with the new Norge Gentle Touch wringer, the pressure instantly adjusts to any thickness, from blankets to hankies. It's easier on fabrics, and clothes come out drier.
Clothes come out cleaner, too, in less time, thanks to that gentle but penetrating Norge triple action. The average load takes just 7 minutes. But Norge has an automatic timer for any of 5 different washing times, from lightly soiled on up to very, very soiled. You just set the timer and Norge shuts itself off automatically. Why not see the Norge triple action washer in the new pyramid model? You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. A page from the Mean Little Kid's Diary or Sunday Morning at Junior's House. Have you ever noticed one morning that you can sleep late, the city decides to tear up the streets, and Junior prowls around the house like he was on horseback? Well, let's listen in and see what happens.
Well, I sure is getting bored just laying here like this. I wonder why I waked up before the rest of them. Could it be that the Sandman's not giving me my quota? Well, I wish there was something for me to do, so I was killing a little time till they decided to get up, boy. Let's see if there's anything under my pillow that I could play with. Let's see. No. Let's see. in a lifeboat? Well, nothing interesting there. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a pillow fight. I'm going to beat myself to death with a pillow. Oh, look, it's snowing. Oh, boy. Now I know why I'm allergic to it. Look at them feathers, boy. I better go out and get a chicken to take the blame for this, boy. On second thought, I'm going to get a broom and sweep it up. On third thought, why think about it at all? I'm going to get spanked for it, and might as well have a reason. I wonder if Pop's away. If he ain't, I had the feeling that he is going to be. I'm going to go see his father. Oh! I fell over a chair.
Junior, is that you?
I don't know. It's too dark to tell.
Did you hurt yourself?
Yes, I hurt myself.
That's a good boy.
They sure cherish me, don't they? Well, you wouldn't be so calm about it if you knew I broke a leg.
Junior!
Not my leg, the chair leg.
Now he tells me.
Yeah. Besides, I bruised my little kneecap. My little kneecap. I can tell everybody, though, I got it in football. I'll rub the alcohol on it.
Don't say that word. You'll waken your father. He's trying to get some sleep. He got in late last night.
Yes, I know. I heard the police sirens. Hey, we better check on him and see if he's okay. It's locked. He knew I was coming. Let me out! Let me out! Well, that's silly. Let me in! That's a misprint if I ever saw one.
Oh, Junior. Now stop that, will you?
Don't look at me that sober way.
Do you want to wake up the whole house, young man?
Yes, can you give me some tips?
Yes, I'll give you some tips. You get right back into your bed.
But I ain't sleepy.
Well, we are. Now go back to bed.
I've been in bed so long that all my dreams are playing a return engagement.
Well, I'm getting some more shut-eye. And don't
He's
disturb
been at
me.
it again. Well, sure hope he sleeps it off so he can play with me today.
For the last time, your father doesn't drink.
Oh, he don't?
No, he's very tired.
Oh, yes, I know. Last night he came home tired to the gills.
Now then, look in there, Junior.
Right.
See how quietly your father's dropped off to sleep again?
Yeah?
Now, does he look like he's been drinking?
I don't know. Could you take that lampshade off his head so we get a better look? You ever see them silly guys at parties that put on lampshades? Hey, that bum's talking in his sleep. Hey, listen to him. Maybe he'll get some money out of him.
I can't hear him.
Wait, I'll fix it. You can't hear him.
Junior, stop pinching his nose.
I'm not pinching his nose. I'm trying to tune him in louder.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Make a point of visiting your Norge dealer this week to see the new Norge triple action washer with the exclusive non-tip pyramid design. It's the washer with the big porcelain lined tub that holds a larger load. The washer with the gentle touch wringer and the famous Norge triple action that actually gets clothes cleaner in less time. The washer that's built for years of easier wash days. Yes, see the new Norge pyramid model washer at your Norge dealer soon. And now until next week.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Abbott Costello program with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a pair of asbestos gloves in his Uncle Artie Stebbins' pocket because he heard him say he was going out with an old flame, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know enough about you. Just when I think you're mine, you try a different line. And baby, what can I do? I read the latest news, no buttons on my shoes. But baby, I'm confused about you. You get me in a spin, oh what a stew I'm in. 'Cause I don't know enough about you. Jack of all trades, master of none. And isn't it a shame? I'm so sure that you'd be good for me if you'd only play my game. You know I went to school, and I'm nobody's fool. That is to say, until I met you. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know enough about you. You know I went to school, and I'm nobody's fool. That is to say, until I met you. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know enough about you. Baby, I don't know enough about you.
Hey, Costello, where have you been for the past 3 days? You would go out of town when I need you. Do you realize that today is the most important day in my life, Costello?
Yeah.
I finally bought an engagement ring.
You bought an engagement ring?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, Lou, old pal. Doesn't it thrill you? Doesn't it make you happy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you say something?
Abbott, I don't know what to say.
Oh, come on, say anything.
I'm so young I'll have to get my parents' consent.
Ah, yes. Dummy. I didn't buy the ring for you. Tonight I am proposing to the wealthy widow, Mrs. Carlotta Cranberry.
Carlotta?
Yes. Ah, a lovely woman. She made her money selling used cars, you know.
Oh, I see. A sort of used Carlotta.
No. Costello, this is no joking matter. Carlotta is a beautiful girl.
Oh, yeah. That's what you said about your first wife, Clementine.
No, don't talk about my first wife. Clementine was a good kid.
Mm-hmm.
When I met her, she was a trapeze artist with a circus.
Yeah, she was so bow-legged when she put her tights on, she looked like a pair of pliers with a Band-Aid.
Listen, Costello. Costello, will you listen to me? Clementine was a beautiful woman. Why, tell you, she could sway men with her back turned.
Yes, way back Clementine, they called her.
Costello, what makes you so bitter about marriage?
Oh, I don't believe in marriage, Abbott. Marriage is like soup.
Marriage is like soup.
Yeah, after you get through spooning, it cools off.
Trouble with you, Costello. This is your whole trouble, Lou. You don't know what love is.
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I do.
Yes, you did. Make up your mind. You know what love is?
Oh, yes, I do. Little birds make love.
That we know.
Little butterflies make love. Even peanuts make love.
Peanuts make love?
You'd be surprised what goes on inside those shells.
Oh. I'm talking about old-fashioned romance. When I was courting my first wife, Clementine, there was a big grandfather's clock in the parlor, and we used to sit and listen to it tick. It said, take your time, take your time, take your time, take your time.
Yes, Abbott. Maybe true, but things are different with modern lovers.
What do you mean?
Today, when a fellow sits in a parlor with a girl, there's an alarm clock on the mirror that says, get together, get together, get together, get together, get together, get together, get together.
Well, I'll never forget that old grandfather's clock, Lou. I'll never forget that old clock. You know, the day I married Clementine, it stopped.
Your wife must have looked at it.
And Costello. When I married my wife, everybody said it was a perfect match.
Max is right. She struck you and you went out like a light.
Well, at least I'm not henpecked.
Not henpecked? Before you were married, you used to snore. Now you tackle.
All right. Never mind my
and lay
first
eggs.
Will you stop that? Forget about my
and
first
I
one.
help you to do it.
Not talk about those things and forget about my first wife. Now, this marriage is going to be different. What a lovely girl Carlotta is. Every night I'll sneak into the parlor and catch her in my arms.
Yes, then you'll sneak into the bedroom and catch her in your pockets.
Hello, I don't want to hear another remark about Carlotta Cranberry.
Okay.
He's a member of society. Did you ever rub shoulders with the 400?
No, but I rubbed hips with the 500.
Where was that?
At the Palladium.
Oh, Costello, I've invited Carlotta here for dinner tonight. She thinks that I'm a big shot, and I want you to act as my butler. Can you buttle?
Yeah, what?
Do you know how to buttle?
Do I know how to buttle?
Yes.
I'll split a buttle with you anytime.
I want you to serve the dinner. You understand, Louie? I want you to serve the dinner and get out our finest dishes and silver. Have you seen my sugar bowl?
Have I seen your what?
Have you seen my sugar bowl?
No, but she plays a nice game of pool.
No. You're going to mess up. You'll mess up. You'll mess up my whole evening for me. Mrs. Cranberry will ask for an hors d'oeuvre, and you'll hand her a demi-tasse.
Look who's trying to learn me demi-tasse. That word ain't demi-tasse. It's diminucy. Listen,
don't you know the first thing about etiquette?
Now, there you go with another one. That's not etiquette. It's a tickety. You don't have to tell me about a tickety, Abbott. I'll go out and buy that book by Emily Pillar.
You mean Emily Post?
I'll read the both of them.
Both of them?
Yeah, I'll go from pillar to post.
No. You don't have to read Emily Post. I'll tell you what to do. I'm up on all forms of social etiquette.
Oh, you are, huh?
Oh, yes, I am.
Well, let me ask you a question, Abbott. Now, tell me this, Abbott. When you reach over to light a cigarette, will you light a cigarette with your right hand or your left hand?
I'll light it with my right hand, of course.
That shows you how dopey you are.
What do you mean?
Most people use the match.
Now, Mrs. Cranberry is due here at 8 o'clock, and it's my cook's day off. Can you imagine that? Now, where am I going to get somebody to cook?
I'll call Lana Turner right away.
Oh, Costello, Lana Turner can't cook.
She always brings me to a boil.
All right. When you talk sense, Costello, I have to get some food right away. I'll tell you what you do. You go around the corner to that little restaurant. You'll see a sign in the window that says Mother's Home Cooking. Now, go in and ask for Mother.
Okay, I'll go right in. And then when I... What does the sign say?
It says Mother's Home Cooking.
Oh, why should I go in the restaurant and ask for Mother? She's home cooking.
Mother isn't home cooking.
Well, where is she?
She's in the restaurant.
Didn't you just tell me that the sign said Mother's home cooking?
Well, that's right.
Then how could she be in the restaurant? Does Mother live there?
No, she lives at home.
Then what's she doing in the restaurant?
Home cooking.
That sign is making an awful liar out of Mother.
Wait a minute. It's after 6 o'clock. The restaurant is closed anyway. Mother wouldn't be there.
Where would Mother be?
Well, she's probably home cooking.
Let me smell your breath.
Come on, Costello. We haven't got a minute to lose. We'll have to go around to our friends and find somebody to cook the dinner or dig up some food.
Yes, maybe my old girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil. Maybe she can help us out.
Well, come on. Let's go over to her house. Well, here's Tessie Tinfoil's house. I hope she's home. Go ahead and knock.
Men, come in.
Hello, Tessie.
Oh, hello, Miss Abbott. And there you are, my fat little lover boy, Louis. Come to me. Let me hold you in my arms. Let me crush you to me. Well, say something, little lover boy.
How can I? You got your knee on my chest. Let me up!
Oh, Louis, I'll bet you came to take me for a ride along the beach. It'll be so romantic. We'll drive to some out-of-the-way place where you can make love to me. I'm very appealing over candlelight and wine.
You wouldn't appeal to me over beer and a flashlight.
Tessie, I came to you for help. I'm entertaining a big society woman for dinner tonight, and I have no cook. Could you help me out?
Oh, I'd love to, Miss Abbott, but I've never been able to cook. I'll never forget the first meal I ever cooked. My husband sat down and ate it and left me.
You mean he walked out on you?
Why, no, he didn't walk out. 6 men carried him out.
Hey, look, Abbott, maybe Scotty's wife's home, and maybe we can get her to help you. Come on, I'll knock on the door.
Go ahead.
Oh, what do you want?
Wait a minute. What are you doing here? Where's Scotty?
Scotty's out of town. He went to San Francisco.
San Francisco?
Pismo Beach. He went down there and hired a boat to go out on the water.
Water?
No, thanks. I don't want to rush my stomach.
Look, mister, I'm in a spot. I need somebody to cook my dinner.
Oh, you came to the right place. I make a wonderful stew.
Hey, look, Costello. The actress, Bessie Mae Moocher, just pulled up in front of her apartment.
Yoo-hoo! Bessie! Oh, good evening, boys. Isn't this a lovely, balmy evening? I love to see the sun set behind the Hollywood Hills. Isn't it too enchanting?
Oh, yes, it's just too divine. It is too divine and utterly picturesque.
Bessie, I'm in terrible trouble. I'm trying to find somebody to cook for us tonight. Could you help us out?
Oh, goodness, no. I'm one of those helpless damsels. This morning I even burned my ham.
Ham?
Oh, sure, Abby, you know what ham is. You fry it with ooze and sprinkle it with salt and pepper.
I finally wound up with just a glass of milk and a cruller.
Why, you poor lost. You mean you didn't have butter tooth?
But, Bessie, can't you help us out at all? We have to have some food.
Well, all I have in the house is some sauerkraut, some raspberry jam, and some pizza cooler.
Pizza cooler?
Oh, whatever. She's got a beetle of soda poof. Hey, Pete.
Well, I must dart in for my evening bath. I hope you have good luck with your dinner. And as they say
I
in
didn't
Russian...
have with that last joke.
Well, as they say in Russian, Penyamaya my bublitsky to you.
And a pair of my old britches to you, too.
Costello, what am I going to do? My lovely Carlotta will be at the house in exactly an hour and a half. And where am I going to get a cook?
Well, Abbott, there's only one place left.
Where?
I guess you'll have to ask Mrs. Niles.
Oh, hello, boys.
Gee, Mrs. Niles, this is the first time I ever saw you in slacks. You have a nice shape.
Wait a minute, Costello. My wife isn't here.
Oh, pardon me, Ken. I didn't recognize you without your leash.
No, quiet. Quiet, Costello. Where's Mrs. Niles?
Well, she went downtown to get a beauty treatment. She's being offered a job as a cover girl.
Magazine or manhole?
Quiet, Costello, will you please? Ken, do you know where I can get somebody to cook dinner for my girlfriend and me?
Well, no, I don't. The only one in the house is a French maid, Fifi. Oh, wait a minute. I'll ask her if she can cook.
Oh, Fifi.
Yes, Monsieur Niles. Hello, Monsieur Abbott and Monsieur Costello.
Hello, my little dish of pancakes.
Pancakes? Why do you call me your little dish of pancakes?
Because you're so nicely stacked.
Now, cut that out, Costello. Fifi, we need somebody to cook dinner tonight. What do you say?
Fifi.
Oui, Monsieur, I can cook anything. I can make frog leg française, frites de zette, pâté de foie gras, pomme de terre jardinière.
How about cement mixer, putty?
Just name anything you want, Monsieur, and you can have it.
Come over here and kiss your poor old father.
Lovely Amy Arnell sings.
Coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit, a little bit. Coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit. If you want a big kiss, I'll tell you what to say. Here's what you got to say. Pretty, 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 please. I'm gonna pout a bit till you give out a bit, and you really insist. Oh, flatter me with your flattery. You know the reasons why I'm teasing. What good is something that comes easy? Oh, love is grand if you understand. It all depends the way that you begin, how soon I'm in your arms. So coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit more. Oh, love is grand if you understand. It all depends the way that you begin, how soon I'm in your arms. So coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. Coax me a little bit more.
And now, before we hear again from Abbott and Costello, here's music by Carl Hoff and the orchestra.
My darling Carlotta will be here in a few minutes. I told you to get into your butler suit, didn't I? Where in heaven's name did you get those striped pants?
What's wrong with them?
The stripes are supposed to run up and down, not around.
Oh, I bought these from my Uncle Petey Reed. He just got out of Alcatraz.
Oh, I knew you'd do something stupid. It's a good thing I sent for Professor Melonhead. He's coming here to teach you the duties of a butler. Now, listen. Oh, wait a minute. That must be him now. Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Abbott. Well, Costello, I understand we only have a few minutes in which I can show you the finer points of catering. Now, let's get busy. Mr. Costello, if you have 1 little ounce of intelligence, I may be able to polish up your skill.
One more crack like that, and I'll polish up your skull.
Costello, I'll have you know that I, Melonhead, was the greatest butler in the Dutch East Indies. I was known as Herr von Melonhead.
Now you're known as Von Herr Melonhead. Get out of that shiny dome. From the back, it looks like an empty car lot.
Never mind what it looks like. Costello, we have no time to waste. Now, suppose your dinner is ready. How would you announce it to the guests?
I just yelled, the grub is here. Come on and get it.
No. Nothing like that. You stand in the doorway, your chest thrown out, your head tilted back, and with your nose pointed at the ceiling, you say, "Dinner is now served."
Are you teaching me something, or are you smelling something?
I'm not smelling. I'm trying to teach you how to be a butler. Now, how does a butler announce the dinner at your house?
We haven't got a butler at our house.
No butler? If you have no butler, how in heaven's name do you know when dinner is served?
When my mother takes the iron bars off the dining room door.
Costello is impossible, Mr. Abbott. Why, he doesn't even look like a butler. Look at me. I have the proper physique. Look at my shape. Look at this leg. What a thigh. What a knee. What a calf. What an ankle.
What a heel.
Look, Miss Melonhead, I've got a great idea. Why don't you stay and be my butler tonight?
I'm sorry, Mr. Abbott. I couldn't possibly remain under the same roof with this ignorant little nincompoop. Costello, I have a word of advice to you. With your limited intelligence, you better start saving your money. Remember, pennies grow into nickels, nickels into dimes, dimes into quarters, quarters into halves, halves into dollars, dollars into fives, fives into tens, tens into 50,
All right.
$100.
All right. You sound like your mother was frightened by a cash register.
Yes, but my mother rang the bell. Good night.
What an ugly individual.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Costello. There's something about Melonhead's face that grows on you.
I'm glad it didn't grow on me.
Oh, Costello.
Finger McGee.
No. This must be Carlotta. Oh, answer the door, Costello, and for heaven's sake, remember you're my butler. Gee, I'm so nervous, Costello. Hand me a drink of water, will you, please?
Here.
Thanks. I'm still nervous. I can feel my stomach jumping inside.
Don't look now, but the water you just drank had 3 goldfish in it.
Oh, you fool, answer the door.
Good evening, my good man. Is your master in?
Hey, Abbott! Is this Halloween? I thought not. Lady, take off that mask.
I'm not wearing a mask.
Well, then put one on.
I'm here for a dinner engagement with Miss Rabbit.
Oh, you're Mrs. Loganberry.
Young man, the name is not Loganberry. It isn't Strawberry. It isn't Huckleberry. It's the same Cranberry.
Well, you better come in before the kids in the neighborhood give you the raspberry.
What's going on here? Oh, my dear Carlotta, I'm so sorry. This young man is very new.
One more remark from him, and he'll never get old.
No, don't stand there. Take Carlotta's coat.
Take her coat?
Take her coat. Go ahead.
Oh, mink, eh?
Mink?
Excuse me, the wind just changed.
Miss Rabbit, it was so nice of you to ask me to dinner.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine, Mrs. Cranberry.
Oh, please, not Mrs. Cranberry. Just call me Carlotta.
And you can call me Buddy.
Oh, and you can call me Carsey.
And you can call me Butsy.
And you can call me when this is over.
Bugsy, darling, what an impertinent man. I have a feeling that I've seen this butler someplace before.
It could have been at the Hollywood Legion Stadium last Monday night.
What would I be doing at the Legion Stadium?
Weren't you in a semi wind up with the sweetest angel?
Carlotta, darling, I must go into the kitchen and see how dinner is coming. Costello, show Mrs. Cranberry into the garden.
Okay.
Costello, what happened? Did you show Mrs. Cranberry into the garden?
Show her? I thought you said throw her.
Speak to me, Carlotta. Where are you?
Oh, here I am, stuck among the cabbage beds.
Which head is yours?
I'm the one with the lipstick.
It's a good thing
hadn't fallen to the tomatoes, we'd have never found her.
Come, Carlotta, I'll help you to a chair. Costello, please, do something right. Put some romantic music on the Victrola.
How about the beer barrel polka?
Beer barrel polka? That isn't romantic.
It is if you drink the beer first.
Duffy, dear, I can't stand much more of this. Send that horrible person away.
Costello, go into the kitchen and finish up preparing the food. Carlotta, sit down here at the piano and sing something for me.
Oh, I'd be glad to. It's me, oh dear. It's me, oh dear.
Hey, Abbott, kiss that dame before she ruins the dinner. What did you hear? Von Monroe?
Young man, what's wrong with my singing?
You just soured 3 quarts of cream.
Get out there in the kitchen and finish your cooking. Oh, Carlotta, I have a question I want to ask you.
What was that?
Costello, what was that?
I have a cannon in the kitchen.
A cannon? What for?
I'm shelling the peas.
Get back in the kitchen. Oh, Carlotta, I've wanted this moment alone with you. Say that you will be mine. Say that you will marry me.
Oh, Budgie, darling, I'm so young. I must get my parents' consent.
Oh, darn that doorbell.
Molly, after
Costello, answer that door.
Oh, I got it. There's a young man here to see Mrs. Cranberry. Right this way.
Albert, what are you doing here? I just had to see you, Grandma.
Grandma?
Oh, Albert, you stupid boy, I'm ruined. Why did you have to come here to see your grandma? You spoiled the happiest moment of my life.
Don't blame the kid, Grandma. He just came here to do you a favor.
What do you mean, a favor?
He told me he knew that you were coming here for dinner tonight, so he brought this for you.
What is it?
Your teeth.
And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word. Well, Costello, you certainly ruined things for me with Mrs. Cranberry tonight. But I phoned another girl and made a date with her. I expect her here any minute.
Oh, Mr. Abbott, there's a lady out here to see you.
Tell her to come in now.
Oh, no, you don't, Costello. I'm not going to have this lady come in here and be insulted.
I promise I won't say nothing bad about her, Abbott.
You promise?
I promise.
Well, then, okay. It's all right for her to come in.
You hear that, Niles? Wheel the old dame in.
Good night, folks.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is very hush-hush. Tonight, the secret word is radio. R-A-D-I-O.
Really?
You bet your life.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is,
the one, the only...
Oh, you can do better than that. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am with $2,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's supposed to try for it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a bachelor and a spinster, and here they are. Miss Dorothy Kent and Mr. Bob Davis. Meet Groucho Marx.
And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll pay $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. So we have a bachelor and a spinster, eh? Miss Dorothy Kent?
That's right.
In what town did you begin your career as a spinster?
I was born in Buffalo, New York.
And Mr. Davis? Bob Davis, huh? Where did you start being a bachelor?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
What is your occupation, Dorothy?
I'm a school teacher.
A school teacher?
That's right.
Well, why is it you never married? You're a nice-looking girl.
Well, I've never found the man who made more money than I did as a school teacher, even though their salaries are low enough.
You must have met some pretty low men in your... Would you think it too impertinent if I asked you how old you were, Dorothy?
No, I'm 43.
Well, you don't look it. You look about 33.
Thank you very much.
What about me? And Bob? How old are you, Bob?
Well, I'm approaching the half-century mark.
You have, huh? Which century? And why haven't you married?
Well,
Mr. Davis?
I just want to take my time. I don't want to rush into that. Serious with that.
Well, frankly, you haven't been acting like a jet plane so far. How long do you think a man should know a girl before he takes any serious steps?
Oh, I'd say about 2 or 3 years.
You think people should wait 2 or 3 years before they get married?
No, before they get engaged.
Well, you're pretty near the slowest man I ever met. Are you sure you're not a statue from Pershing Square? Will you turn around? I want to see if there's a pigeon on you. Now, Dorothy, how would a marriage-minded woman like you encourage a creeping Casanova like him to pop the question?
Well, I think one way would be to flatter him, or perhaps find his weakness.
Well, you have a weakness, Bob, that you would care to discuss?
No.
In addition to rushing headlong into everything. Now, Bob, what sort of work do you do?
Well, right now I'm in between jobs. I've done a lot of selling, and I'm just sort of looking into television.
Oh, you're going to sell the sets, huh?
Well, I don't know. I'm just looking into it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you keep looking into it. All the sets will be sold by the time you... Well, in other words, at the moment, you're at leisure. Is that right?
I fool around a little bit with radio.
Well, you said radio, and that's the secret word, so you just made $100. Here it is, and congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
And you're going to fool around with television. Well, Bob, let's get back to the subject of romance. Tell me, have you ever proposed to a girl?
Yes, I did one time.
Well, how did you propose? I mean, what position were you in?
Well, the old one-knee position.
What did you just say? Just out of a clip?
Well, I just asked her if she would like to be married. She was a little bit evasive, and she kept continuing that way for some time. And from time to time, I'd see her, but it just sort of withered away. I forgot all about it.
Well, tell me. It's a very sad story. Well, did you drop down on one knee every time you saw this girl?
Oh, no.
She just kept withering away, huh?
No, I found out later on that, from friends and acquaintances, that I thought I was in love with her, but she was really more in love with herself than I was with her.
Well, the three of you could have been very happy together. Now, what qualities do you think a woman should have in order to be eligible for your affections? You're a fine-looking broth of a boy.
Well, I think she should be kind and considerate, fairly intelligent, and above all, a good sense of humor.
That's important.
Oh, very important, yeah.
Would you say you had a good sense of humor, Dorothy?
I think I have.
Well, let's find out. Tell us a joke, huh? Any old joke that happens to be kicking around. I don't care, Dorothy, huh? Just remember you're on the air, that's all.
Perhaps you've heard about the deep-sea diver who met a mermaid, and he was so polite to her that he died.
No, that's... That's a pretty deep joke, isn't it? Bob, what do you think of her joke? Would you consider that a good example of humor?
Well, no, it's an old joke, as I remember it. I don't think she told it all.
Well, it seems to me it was kind of short. Would you mind telling us the balance of it, huh?
Well, as I remember it, it's a deep-sea diver met a mermaid, and he died because he dipped his head.
I like her way just as well. See, your way, you know there's no joke. With her way, there's always a little uncertainty about it. I don't know why you two don't get married. Between you could go around telling jokes together. You could be another Burns and Allen. Well, it's all settled. We're all ready for the ceremony. You ready, Bob? Huh?
Oh, don't rush me. Don't rush me.
Bob, you better get going. If you get married right away, someday you can bounce a little grandchild on your knee. What a thrill that'll be. A little tot only 2 years old and you 196. Well, you're a charming and amiable couple. I think you'll be very happy together. If you were half the man you said you were, you'd get down on one knee right now. Huh? And you'll get down on the other knee, darling. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. In just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $2,500. Right now, I want you to listen to this. Let's see how well you two will do in the quiz. Fenneman, tell them how to play You Bet Your Life.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Cities on the Great Lakes.
That's right. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you try?
10.
On what lake is the city of Cleveland?
Lake Erie.
Lake Erie is right.
And we're off to a good start with $30.
Remember, this is chicken feed. What you're going after is that $2,500. Now, how much of your $30 will you try?
25.
I think that would be all right.
On what great lake is the city of Gary?
Lake Michigan.
Lake Michigan is right.
They're climbing now. They have $55.
All right, you have $55, and here is your third question. How much are you going to bet?
All right.
55.
55, huh? On what lake is the city of Rochester?
Rochester, New York is on Lake Ontario.
Lake Ontario is correct.
They're really on their way. They have $110.
Say, Dorothy, you got yourself a pretty hot potato here. I haven't heard a peep out of you yet, huh? You got $110. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 110 will you risk?
110. 110.
110. This is Diamond Jim Brady here, huh? On what great lake is the city of Sandusky?
On Lake Sandusky, Ohio?
The city of Sandusky is on one of the Great Lakes.
Lake Erie.
Lake Erie is correct. Give him a kiss, Archie.
$220 plus $100.
Good luck. Don't sneak away now. They'll be married by 10 o'clock, these two. Now, don't sneak away. You still have a chance at the big question.
Our next couple has been in a waiting room off stage, Groucho, so they don't know the secret word is radio. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a baker and a housewife, and here they come. Mrs. Etta Daly and Baker Luther McCann meet Groucho Marx.
And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll hand over $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Etta Daly, huh?
That's right.
How long have you been a housewife?
As long as I've been married.
Gonna have trouble with her, I think. What does your husband do, Mrs. Daly?
Well, right now he's training horses. He's given them their basic training, and in April he's going to take 2 of them to the track. But
basic training?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Are they in the service? How did you meet your husband?
Well, this was back east, and he was a furnace man. He was putting a furnace in our house, but he was working up in the, putting the ventilator in over the dining room. And while we were sitting there eating, he slipped on the rafter and he came right through the ceiling. It was a little hot anyway.
Well, he fell for you, huh? Well, I don't see the connection between putting a ventilator in the attic and your getting married, huh?
Well, at the time I was engaged to somebody else, and after I met Melvin,
What happened to the other fellow?
He disappeared in thin air.
Just withered away, huh?
Doing.
This is a big night for withering tonight. How many children do you have with this finest man?
One nice little girl, 9 years old.
Is she as cute as you?
Cuter.
Cuter? Pretty snappy-looking gal there.
Oh, Lord, I bet you tell that to all the girls.
Well, I rarely say it to any of the men, huh? Does your husband help you around the house, Etta?
He's very nice and helpful. He gets the breakfast in the morning while I'm getting my little girl's lunch. He takes the garbage out. For school, I have to get her lunch made for school.
What do you do, eat the whole 3 meals in the morning? You must be ready to go to bed by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, I'm glad that day is over. Luther McCann, I've been kind of neglecting you here. Are you married, Luther?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. So you're a baker, huh?
That's right.
Well, tell me, Pumpernickel, exactly where do you do your baking, huh?
Well, in an oven.
I didn't think you did it in a manhole. I mean, what bakery?
Well, I'm at Humphrey's Bakery at the Farmer's Market, 3rd and Fairfax.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, Apple Dumpling, do you help your wife? Do you help your wife around the house?
No.
Why not? You're too busy bending over a hot stove, huh?
I work nights most of the time. Too busy sleeping.
You ought to eat some of your yeast cakes, then you could rise in the morning, huh? I just read a very revealing book about cookies. It's called Let 'Em Eat Cheesecake by Earl Wilson. Unfortunately, you can't get that kind of cheesecake in a bakery. Although they have some nice cookies there. Now, what's the most popular pastry you bake, Luther?
Well, most people sort of go in for those chocolate eclairs and those whipped cream and cream puffs.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty nice.
What's your recipe for chocolate eclairs?
Well, the eclair base is with water and shortening. And then you cook that together, and then you add your eggs and a little milk along with a little powdered ammonia to give them that blowed up effect.
I get that after I eat them, huh? Now let's play You Bet Your Life for $2,500. If you run your $20 into more than the other couples, you get the chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple earned.
The Bachelor and the Spinster won $220.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select? Products of states, is that right?
That's right.
Now here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$10, she says.
Now what state leads the nation in the production of corn?
Tavern.
Now you can take one answer between you, decide between you, and then tell me.
Don't.
Did you say Kansas?
Yeah.
Kansas?
No, I'm sorry. It's Iowa. Now you have $10. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. That's the big prize. Now, how much of your 10 will you try?
That's all of it.
And what do you say?
You going to bet all of it?
Mm-hmm.
What southwestern state leads in the raising of beef cattle and in oil production?
Texas.
Texas is right.
And now they're on their way. They have $20.
Now you have $20. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
Let's bet all of it.
Oh, just bet 25. You
only have 20. How can you bet 20? You're not going down to the bank and borrow 5, are you? Why don't you bet 30 while you're at it, huh?
All right, take a chance.
Let's bet it all.
You want to bet $20? What state makes more automobiles than any other state?
Michigan.
Michigan is right.
They're climbing now. They have $40.
You're climbing high up here. You've got $40, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 40 will you try?
All of it.
Now you can bet 30 if you want. You going to bet 40?
Lady says all of it. Shoot it.
Well, is that all right
That's
with you?
okay with me.
What is the leading coal mining state in the nation?
Coal mining.
Coal mining.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
No, I'm sorry. It's West Virginia.
West Virginia.
And you lost all your money, and we can't have that, so I'll give you one more chance. Answer this question correctly, and you'll win $10. And please, no help from the audience. Are you ready? Think hard now. Who is buried in Grant's tomb?
Grant, but I wish
General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $2,500 question. Right now, pay attention to this. Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $2,500 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the Bachelor and the Spinster are leading with $220. And here's our final couple coming in from their waiting room off stage. They don't know the secret word is radio. We invited some clerks from several of Hollywood's magic shops to the show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Louis St. Pierre and the schoolboy Dickie Taylor to be his partner. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gentlemen. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll hand over $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Fella from a magic store, eh? How's tricks, Louis?
Very good.
Louis St. Pierre, huh?
That's great.
You sound like a French explorer, huh? Where are you from, Louis?
Hollywood Magic Shop.
Is that where you were born?
No, I was born in Rockford, Illinois.
Dickie, how's tricks with you, huh?
Okay.
Where are you from, Dick?
North Hollywood.
How tricks, huh? How old are you, Dick?
14 and a half.
Have you got a girl?
Sorta.
A sorted girl, is it? You have a girl? I'll just call you Freckles, huh? Could you describe your girl?
Well, she's not too tall, and she's not too short.
That's all?
Yeah.
She has hair, I presume.
Yeah.
Do you contemplate matrimony with this charmer, Dickie?
No.
Why don't you want to marry this girl?
She's too fat.
And where do you work, Dick?
I don't work. I go to North Hollywood Junior High.
What grade are you in?
Grade A8.
Sounds like a bottle of milk, doesn't it? What is your favorite subject in school?
English.
Why do you prefer English?
After that period, we go home.
You're an eager student, in other words. Well, tell me, old Black Magic, just what do you sell in your magic store?
Well, we sell rubber lizards.
There must be a big demand for rubber lizards.
False teeth, wigs, mustaches.
What could you get for a thing like this? Could I swap this for a rubber lizard? Now, which of all your tricks is your favorite?
Well, I believe sewing woman half.
How does it work?
Well, I can't disclose the secret. That comes with the purchase price.
Uh-huh. And what is the purchase price?
Well, they go for about $450.
That includes the woman? No woman. You have to supply your own woman for that?
Yes, sir, that's it.
It's a lot of dough for a dame you're going to cut in half. Couldn't you get a half a woman for $2 1/4? Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat our other two couples in the quiz, you'll get a crack at the $2,500 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The Bachelor and the Spinster are still ahead with $220.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select? Locate the city, is that right? Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
Okay, in what state do you find the city of Wichita?
Kansas.
Kansas is right.
With $20.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try?
20.
In what state is the city of Lansing?
Michigan.
Michigan is right.
Now they have $50.
All right, you got $50. And how much are you going to bet? How much of the 50?
40.
40? In what state is the city of Newark?
New Jersey.
New Jersey is correct.
They're climbing now. They have $90.
All right, you've got $90, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to try?
All of it.
All of it?
Sure.
All right. In what state is the city of Atlanta?
Georgia.
Georgia is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $180. And that means the Spinster and the Bachelor with $220 get the chance at the $2,500 question. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the Bachelor and the Spinster.
Well, back again to try for $2,500, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly, and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. An ex-Secretary of State recently was appointed by President Truman as the next president of the American Red Cross. Who is this famous general who now heads the Red Cross? All right, and what is the answer you two have decided upon?
General Chennault?
No, I'm sorry. The correct answer is General George C. Marshall. Oh. So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,000. You made a pretty good haul. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook and their son, Mr. Rush Gook. Vic, who arrived home from the office only a few minutes ago, is seated on the davenport staring thoughtfully at his shoes. And Sade is saying,
You've been honored, huh?
Signally. I've been named a member of the All-Star Marching Team of the Sacred Stars of the Milky Way.
Who done the honoring?
The fellas up at Chicago headquarters.
Cost you anything?
Naturally not.
Well, I didn't know. Generally, you're asked to slop out your pocketbook when them Chicago fellas come along with some stunt.
The present instance is not some stunt.
Who else is on the All-Star Marching Team, guy?
9 other guys.
Anybody I know?
Well, Y.Y. Flirch and J.J. Stunbolt of Leicester, Nebraska. Harry Fye and I. Edson Box, also of Leicester. H.K. Fleber of Grovelman, South Carolina. Robert and Slavert Hink of Hoopston, Illinois. O.X. Bellyman of Detroit, Michigan. How many is that?
I didn't count.
Well, there's 10 of us all together.
No.
10 of us all together.
Something about this business bothering you? You act like you're disturbed.
Disturbed?
Yeah.
I am disturbed.
What's the matter?
Well, the members of the All-Star Marching Team are scattered all over the United States. And yet Chicago headquarters wants us to practice marching as a unit so we'll make a flashy appearance.
Oh, so that's the catch. You've got to spend a gunny sack full of money on railroad tickets to South Carolina and Nebraska and Michigan.
No, that's not it at all, Sade. No expenditure of money is involved in this situation. Suppose I read you the letter I received at the office this afternoon. Then you'll understand the whole affair.
All right.
Go fetch it, will you, popcorn stand?
Hallway?
Yeah, in the inside pocket of my suit coat. Yellow envelope.
Okay.
I'm pleased and flattered about this, kiddo. Out of the whole enormous membership of the Sacred Stars of the Milky Way, I was one of the 10 men chosen to march on the championship team.
Very nice.
I think so. In the next issue of the Lodge magazine, there'll probably be a generous write-up.
We can send the clipping to Bess and Walter.
Sure. Darn it. The complications trouble me.
What complications is that?
Well, us guys on the All-Star team are supposed to practice marching as a unit, and we're supposed to do it separately.
How you mean?
Well, this letter will make it clear. Read it out loud, will you, Pitchfork?
No.
Now, they're done from Kleberger this afternoon, by the way. Thought you were going to pay him that $2.
I will tomorrow. Read, Tongue Clamp.
Praetor salute. In hoc sinus trouble, volo hunc. Diem wet non disputandum, ad spittle, dum cluck, pop,
Well, you can skip the Latin.
Okay.
Begin down where it says, Congratulations, Sky Brother Gook. You have been named...
Congratulations, Sky Brother Gook. You have been named a member of the All-Star Marching Team. We of the official staff here at the headquarters of the fraternity are happy and gratified.
Well, skip down a little more. All they do in that particular paragraph is to toss bouquets at me. Begin where it says, Your teammates on this all-star marching unit are as follows.
Your teammates on this all-star marching unit are as follows. Y.Y. Flirch, J.J.
He always gets in everything, that Y.Y. Flirch. I bet one of these days they'll elect somebody Sultan of the Pacific Ocean, and it'll turn out to be Y.Y. Flirch.
Read on, right.
Y.Y. Flirch, J.J. Stunbolt, Harry Fye, and I. Edson Box of Leicester, Nebraska. Homer U. McDancy of East Brain, Oregon.
I left him out when I was naming over names a minute ago.
H.K. Fleber of Grovelman, South Carolina. Robert and Slavert Hink of Hoopston, Illinois. And O.X. Bellyman of Detroit, Michigan.
Robert and Slavert are a couple more fellas that always shove themselves in stuff.
Robert and Slavert were elected to the marching team, say. Proceed with the letter.
The Sacred Stars of the Milky Way is proud of you 10 men. We know you will work with unceasing effort to produce the finest...
additional bouquets and compliments. Skip down.
Cornucopias, Fumble, Bop, Agricola, Spinach, Bis, Eggfinch, Cumlaw...
Skip down 5.
Because you 10 men are scattered all over the country, making it impracticable...
Now, that's it. Listen to this carefully, Sade.
Because you 10 men are scattered all over the country, making it impracticable from a financial point of view for you to get together for practice sessions, we have devised the following plan.
Get this now, kiddo.
You will practice your marching separately. Separately.
In separate units, that means. Since I'm the only member of the team in this city, I'll have to practice marching all alone. The same is true of H.K. Fleeber in South Carolina, O.X. Bellarmine in Michigan, and Homer U. McDancy in Oregon. Robert and Slobbert Hink, of course, both residing in Hoopston, have each other to march with. The lucky guys are the ones in Lester, Nebraska. 4 of them. Y.Y. Flurich, J.J. Stunbolt, Harry Fye, and I. Edson Box. 4 guys don't make a very impressive parade, but it's one whole heck of a lot better than just one guy.
You're going to march up the street all by yourself?
Well, that's headquarters' plan. Go on with the letter, Lucille.
In order that perfect rhythm be attained, each separate unit will train itself to march at the rate of 1 stride every 3 4/16 seconds.
You get the idea, don't you, George?
I'm wondering how long a time 4/16 of a second is.
4/16 of a second elapses rapidly.
Well, I hope.
The idea, of course, is for each separate unit of the team to school themselves to the same size stride. Then when we all get together, we'll be able to swing along like highly drilled marchers. Read on.
We suggest that you acquire a piece of chalk and mark off 100 yards of the street in front of your house. Then you can perfect yourself.
Oh, hey, now.
What's the matter?
Well, you wouldn't go through any such didos as that, would you? Mark up Virginia Avenue like a football diamond, go strutting back and forth all by yourself.
I doubt if anybody'd be upset.
People would get the idea you're dippy.
Proceed with the letter, garbage bucket.
Still trying to figure out this 4/16 of a second business.
That 4/16 of a second business needn't trouble you.
No, but march at the rate of 1 stride every 3 4/16 seconds. How'd you time yourself?
I'll buy a stopwatch.
Well, even with a stopwatch, though. Do they have stopwatches that indicate when a 16th of a second's gone past?
I don't know. I'll have to look into the matter.
Ma'am, how long do you suppose 4/16 of a second is?
Oh,
I'll bet that's darn close to a whole second.
Maybe it is. Robert and Slobbert Hink have it nice. 2 of them to march. They can make chalk marks on the concrete out in front of their house and button up their overcoats and link arms and go skipping along in grand shape.
The guys in Lester, Nebraska have it the best. 4 of them.
Poor old H.K. Fleeber, though, in South Carolina. He has to plug along all alone without a soul to talk to.
Same thing with O.X. Bellarmine in Detroit, Michigan.
Yeah.
And Homer U. McDancy of East Brain, Oregon. And Gov here.
There's going to be a son of a gun of a problem.
You 10 fellas ever going to get together?
Sometime, I expect.
When you do, you can all hop into line and go swinging along, taking exactly 3 4/16 seconds for every step.
Hoopston's not far. You could take the train some Saturday and go practice marching with Robert and Slobbert.
Better go to Detroit, Michigan, and keep O.X. Bellarmine company.
Yeah, he's apt to look a little pathetic. One measly little fella marching along like a whole parade.
It is just possible you people can enjoy your funny crosstalk without me. May I be excused?
Where are you going?
Outdoors.
Got your chalk?
Sometime, my boy, you'll say something very humorous, and immediately afterward, bitter weeping will be heard throughout the neighborhood. I'm going across the alley, CD.
Pitch indoor horseshoes in Ike Niesuffer's basement?
Yes.
Fine.
Here's your letter, Gov.
Take it in the hallway and put it in my coat pocket where you found it.
Okay.
Oh, let me look at the letter once. Well, it's nice of them to put your father on their all-star marching team.
Yeah. Seems to me they'd have been smarter, though, if they'd selected the members of their marching team all from the same city.
From what I've seen of those Chicago headquarters fellas, they weren't ever smart to begin with. Frater salute. In hoc sanus trouble volo hunc. Dim wet non disputandum et spittledum clock estuary bop.
There's another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the Magic's bacon Duffy ain't here.
Hello, Duffy. The crowd here? You, never seen a swell-looking bunch of crumbs. Or, as the English called them, croutons. Well, you see, Gertrude Lawrence is coming down here tonight, so the crowd all dressed up formal. Yeah, practically everybody is wearing shoes. Well, except Moriarty, of course. He didn't have an 18 coupon, so he just went out and got a pedicure. Yeah. Gertrude Lawrence, Duffy. She was in that play, Lady in the Dark, about a dame and a psychiatrist. Yeah, and then I'm doctors of psychology. Well, you know, he's a guy you go to when you're doing all right, you're feeling all right, and you're looking all right, and he tells you what's wrong. Yeah, it's for people with twisted mentals. Why is Gertrude Lawrence coming down here? Well, since Noel Coward is in England, she probably said to herself, whom in America is most logical to be Noel's predecessor? So, whom else would the whom be but yours truly, whom? Well, tip, Duffy, old Scrooge. I'll phone you back fortnightly.
Okay, Eddie. Yes, Miss Doc.
Eddie, you won't believe this.
That's right, but go ahead.
Eddie, for the last 3 nights, believe it or not, I have had a dream where Gertrude Lawrence comes to me and she says, Archie, you are the next Noel Coward. Sit down and write me a play. If you don't, you're a jerk.
Miss Lawrence say jerk?
Yeah, Eddie, funny words for an English dame to use, ain't it?
Well, they have them over there, too. So you're the next Noel Coward, huh?
Well, the next Noel, yeah. Well, Gertie Lawrence ain't the first one said so. Plenty of people say that I'm just as good as Noel Coward.
Who say that?
Who says it? Who should I know? I don't go around eavesdropping. So, anyways, I wrote this play.
Why?
Eddie, I had to. I had to dream, didn't I? You want me to thwart me libidos?
Not unless you like them that way.
Look, Eddie, you don't understand. You see, dreams is a manifestation of the frustration that arises out of your ectoplasm, see? That is, when you are out of conscientiousness. Are you with me, Eddie?
Well, yeah, I'm just as confused as you are.
I see that you have very little knowledge of psychiatry. Do you ever have recurrent dreams that happen often?
Yeah. Yeah, I often dream that one of your plays is opening, see, and there's thousands of people there. You standing under the marquee of the theater smiling, when suddenly the marquee falls and hits you on the head.
Eddie, that ain't a dream. That's a horrible nightmare.
Oh, no, I wake up smiling.
Trying to explain psychiatry to you. Look, the human brain is divided into 2 apartments, see? Upstairs is your consciousness. Out of that, your hair grows. Now, downstairs, or as it is metaphysically described, the parlor floor, that is the unconsciousness whence from which you dream. Now, leave us take the unconscious. Finnegan, do you ever dream?
Oh, boy, do I, dear. I love to dream.
You love to dream, huh?
Yeah, breaks up the monotony of sleeping.
Well, Finnegan, do you have any special dreams that you dream all the time?
Oh, yeah.
What is it, Finnegan?
Well, dear, I'd rather not say.
Go on, tell me, Finnegan.
Well, dear, okay, I dream that I'm a butterfly.
Butterfly? Very interesting. The wing fetish, tell me, Finnegan, what do you do when you're a butterfly?
Mostly I sit on flowers.
I see. The narcissus libido. Finnegan, are you happy when you're dreaming you're a butterfly?
Oh, extremely, Arch, extremely. Except for one thing.
What?
Arch, are the girl butterflies?
Good. Of course, Finnegan. They are what are known as Madam Butterfly. Well, Finnegan, Your dream is very simple to interpretate. You have a suppressed frustration to be an aviator.
An aviator? Archie, I'd be scared stiff up there.
Well, why? When you're a butterfly flying around, you ain't scared.
Yes, I am. That's why I'm sitting on the flowers.
What's the use of psycholyzing you? Leave me get back to me play.
That crummy play.
Now, listen, Mr. Georgine Nation. How can you criticize a play that you ain't even read?
Look, Mr. Noel Coward, when there's corned beef and cabbage on the stove, I don't have to look in the pot to know what's cooking.
Eddie, if I paid any attention to you, I would still be the bum that I am. But I got bigger ambition.
Hey, Arch.
Oh, hello, crackpot.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, Eddie here is trying to frustrate me. Gertrude Lawrence dreamed me to write a play. See, so I wrote it.
Well, you was right, Arch. If you didn't, you would be pent up.
Yeah, huh?
Sonny, I once had a cellmate up in Sing Sing. The guy had a dream that he escaped. So I says to him, follow your dream. Hop the wall. But he wouldn't.
So what happened?
He's still pent up. And he'll be pent up for 5 more years.
Well, thanks for the encouragement, crackpot. You seem to know a lot about psychiatry. You're a regular Siegfried Fried.
Well, in my business, you learn it, Arch. The first thing that happens when you're a guest at Sing Sing is they psychoanalyze you. It's part of the service.
Oh. Well, why do they do that? They know you're a crook, don't they?
Please, Arch. Psychiatrically speaking, a crook like me is not a crook. I am ill. Hey, Arch, what does she mean Pete is ill?
Well, he means like where another guy might have hardening in his arteries, crackpot has larceny in his heart.
Well, not quite, Arch. You see, the psychiatrist found out that I inherited me criminal tendencies from me father, who had a tendency to be quite a criminal.
Well, where did your father get this tendency?
Oh, he got it from his environment.
Oh, what was wrong with his environment?
He was in jail all the time.
Archie? Oh, hiya, Benet. Did you hear about the play that I wrote?
Well, Archie, I've heard about your plays, and from what I hear, they'd be much more useful as practice targets.
Everybody's a critic. Please stick to your singing, Miss Menuda. Somebody ought to remind that dame there's a fat shortage, too.
Don't let it get you down if the plans that you've made go up in smoke. And each dream that you dream seems like a joke. Don't let misfortune make you frown. There's a great day coming, manana, with a wonderful, wonderful dream. Everybody, we're told, will be rolling in gold. We'll be out of the doldrums manana. There'll be beer and pretzels manana. There'll be strawberries floating in cream. We'll be singing a strain of a happy refrain, for we're launching a rainbow manana. There'll be high times, high in the sky times. Come, you mourners, and pick your plums. There's a great day coming, manana, and manana's sure to come. If this troubled world around you brings a sigh and makes you wonder what and when and why, forget your fears and keep your chin up high. Remember, we're lucky to be here in the land of the free. High time, oh, we'll all have fun. There's a great day coming, manana, and manana's sure to come.
Gotta get on with this plane. Okay, now, Lady Algernon, that's the Gertrude Lawrence part. She says, Pip and chitty, old bean, I'm off to Derbyshire for a wicket of cricket. Then she goes into a song. She sings, oh, you can't play wickets with rickets. It ain't crickets. Without you got tickets. Eddie, sometimes me cleverness frightens me.
Brother, you got something to be frightened of.
Thank you, Eddie. You know, this play will tendency to show the whole cavalcade of me talents. First, I use me talent for writing. Then I add a soup son of me singing, a spice of composing, goodly portion of acting.
Mama, I found your recipe, but look what come out.
Eddie, wait a minute. Here she comes now.
Who?
Gertrude Lawrence. This name's a high-class name. I've got to be presentable. Is me hat on straight? Well, Gertrude Lawrence. Well, Gertie, as one American to a fellow Britisher, it gives me great pleasure to reach me hands across the sea.
A little sea wouldn't do those hands any harm.
That sunburn. This is your first visit to the place, isn't it?
Yeah. Isn't it everyone?
I'll give her one more chance. Miss Lawrence, cozy little establishment we have here, huh?
Yeah, I'm glad I came.
Oh, thank you.
I always wondered what was underneath Lower Basin Street.
The lucky thing England is our ally, I punched this dame right in the nose. By the way, I understand that we have a mutual friend in common.
Oh, really? Who?
Noel.
Noel who?
What other Noel do you know?
Well, Noel Talia. Oh, so you're a friend of Noel Coward, huh?
Oh, certainly. Why, we're Bazoom pals. Yes, Noel and me is together all the time.
Oh, you are together all the time, huh? Noel's in England.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
What? Where is Winston Churchill?
He's in England.
Where's President Roosevelt?
In Washington.
Touche? By the way, pardon me, rhododendron. You must be simply famishing. Would you care for a spot of tea?
Oh, well, thank you, Archie.
Eddie, a cup of tea for Miss Lawrence.
I'm sorry, the tea bag's in use.
Who's got it?
Moriarty.
Well, what's taking him so long?
The bag fell in the cup. He's waiting for it to cool so he can go in after it.
Well, in that case, would you care to wait, Miss Lawrence?
Oh, never mind. I'll take coffee.
Eddie, a cup of coffee for Miss Lawrence.
Coffee ain't ready yet. I just put that on the fire.
Oh, well, leave me know when it starts to pick.
Hey, this coffee ain't strong enough to drip. Oh, say, because I heard you. So, how you do?
Oh, Miss Lawrence, may I present Mr. Clifton Finnegan, Mr. Finnegan, Miss Lawrence. Miss Lawrence, Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Finnegan.
How do you do?
Please, Miss Lawrence, I'll tell you when.
Oh,
Mr. Finnegan, Miss Lawrence. Clifton, Gertrude.
Oh, for heaven's sake, how do you do?
Very well, if you don't care a formal introduction. The woman is a positive bore.
Gertrude, I'm very fond of that name. My father's name happens to be Gertrude.
What are you talking about? You're nuts. Your father's name is Arthur.
Yeah, but he insists on being called Gertrude.
Why? Why is that?
Because my mother's name is Arthur and it confuses her. So, well, anyways, I'm pleased to meet you, Gertrude. I pleased to meet you too, Clifton. They are. She sounds just like my mother. Gertrude, do you mind if I call you Arthur?
No, I don't mind at all, as long as you don't call me Mother.
Look, Miss Lawrence, don't mind Finnegan. You see, he is a man with his own little world, and he's out of it. Anyway, Gertie, to get to the point, I have wrote a play for you and me.
Oh, you have?
Of course. Don't you remember coming to me in me dreams and asking me?
What?
For the past 3 nights, you have appeared in me dreams.
Holy smokes. Well, that agent of mine booked me next.
Look, it's a great play, Gertie, and you play the title role.
Uh-huh. What's the title?
Getting Archie's Garter.
I see. Now, I suppose I get all the snappers.
Vic, well, look, why don't you run through it with me once and see how it sounds? You'll swear that you're back with no. Well, Gertie, did you look over the play?
Yeah, I did. I see it has a song in it. Who wrote that?
Who wrote the song?
Mm-hmm.
Only the author of Leave Us Face It.
Oh, Lord, that moron.
Miss Lawrence, it may embarrass you to learn that moron is me. Anyways, leave us get on with the play. Now, you see, the scene is the curtain rises. I am sitting in me flat in London in me velvet smoking pajamas. Anyways, there I'm sitting, Sir Archibald Archie, wealthy English barrister, a playboy, and all-around cad. Music, Pete. Meadows. Front.
Right.
Meadows, I'm expecting Lady Algernon. Will you lay out my tuxedo?
White tails or black tails?
Wait, tonight.
Very good, my lord.
Shirt, stiff up a front.
Collar?
Wing.
Tie?
Flat.
Socks?
By all means. Also, I'll be wanting me monocle.
For which eye, sir?
The left.
Right.
We'll have it your way, Meadows. That must be Lady Algernon now. This is going to be difficult.
Sir Archie.
Lady Algie, you're late. It's almost off, sir.
I know. I'm sorry, I was delayed.
Careless of you. You should have took a pram. Of course, you suspect why I asked you to pop over.
Yes, I was afraid of that. You mean it?
Yes, I'm afraid it's...
Well, then, this is it.
This is it.
The end, eh?
The bitter.
Yes, I sensed it last night on the balcony.
You did, eh? How did you sense it?
Oh, I don't know. There was something about the way you pushed me over the rail.
Oh, I say, I'm dreadfully sorry about that. Did you get hurted?
No, I fell on Mother.
Say, that was a bit of luck. That old blip, isn't she?
Well, I suppose there's no chance of...
Going back?
Yes.
Lady Algie, please, let's shan't have a scene, shan't we?
No, darling, we shan't.
Good. Leave us be civilized about it. Cigarettes?
Think.
Champagne?
Oh, but definitely.
Meadows. Wait, Meadows. After all, I suppose this is an occasion. Make it the dollar bottle. Memories.
Yes, it's all been frightful fun, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been. Ripping.
Do you remember those days at Brighton?
Brighton. And Cooney, too. Oh, come now, don't cry. Step up a plate, old girl. Come, sit next to me here at the Hopper's Court.
My sweet.
You remember?
Our song. I'm so terribly, terribly fond of you. Here in our little rendezvous, I find you so simply, plainly devastating.
Your hair is like a bunch of jewels. Your eyes are too deep, Liverpool. But now it seems that we are separating things.
This is it.
This is it.
At Westminster Abbey they know our affair has pent up and went up. It's nothing but air. Oh, how can I find them in Piccadilly Square? This is it.
This is it. This is it. Please dry out your tears. I can't stand humidity. I'm tired of romance and Cupid's cupidity. Me feelings for you is just frigidity. This is it.
Leave go my heart, you're passionate, so dispassionate. Don't ration it, be compassionate. Remember our first dinner with the hash in it?
Oh, no, I love wood bust up, get mussed up, all rust up, all fussed up, since that first kiss on the omnibus top.
Oh, this is it.
This is it.
I'm sure I'll forget you. It was all just a lark.
You'll marry some broker, or perhaps just a clock.
Toodaloo, my little darling.
Don't think me just a John.
Oh, this is it.
You're wonderful, Miss Laura.
Oh, thank you, Penny Gertrude. You were simply marvelous, sweetheart.
You were nice.
Oh, thank you.
Simply super. Oh, you were wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Eddie, I'm afraid this play will have to be recasted. I think I have to get somebody who ain't quite so good for this part. Now, let's see. Who is there that can't act as good as me?
My dear little son.
Oh, we'll find somebody. Oh, just a minute. Hello? Oh, Fred Allen. You coming down here next week, Fred? Well, swell. Hey, wait a minute. That's the way. You know something funny, Fred? For the last 3 nights, Portland Hopper has been coming to me in a dream. Yeah, and she says to me...
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music. This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Starts with D and ends with T. That's Dress. Procter & Gamble's Sudsing Miracle, 2,000 years newer than soap. Dress brings you The Life of Riley. Dress, D-R-E-S-T. Dress, America's largest selling brand for washing silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Chester A. Riley is a man who is willing to make any sacrifice to make his children happy. But just between us, the children would be a lot happier if Riley didn't try to be so helpful. Tonight's episode begins with Mr. and Mrs. Riley entertaining their neighbor Jim Gillis at dinner.
More coffee, Mr. Gillis?
Don't mind if I do. Yes, sir, I sure appreciate this here invite to dinner, Riley, old pal. But I hate to put you and the missus to all this trouble. It really distresses me.
Well, Gillis, for a man in distress, you sure knocked off those 8 meatballs.
Yeah, but I had to force myself.
So do you think you could force yourself to eat another piece of pie?
Well...
Oh, go on. Have some more pie, Mr. Gillis.
Okay. I'll have just a trifle. A large trifle.
I don't know how you do it, Gillis. Until I seen your jaws in action, I never knew the meaning of perpetual motion. The way you shovel in that food...
Oh, stop your kidding, Riley. Mr. Gillis might think you begrudge him the food.
Oh, no, not me. I know good old Riley loves to feed a hungry friend. He's got a nice, big, tender heart.
Well, stop drooling, Gillis. The meat course is over.
You two. The way you ride each other. Regular children.
Say, I take note your kids ain't present at this here festival, boy.
Well, Junior went camping with his Boy Scouts, and Babs is having dinner at a girl's house.
Gee, it's getting close. I hardly ever see Babs anymore. It's a good thing I got her picture in my lunchbox. Well, where's she eating, Peg?
That's a Bidwell.
Who? The Charles Roscoe Bidwell?
Why, yes.
Hey, Riley, you know who this here guy Bidwell is?
No.
He owns the bank. He's a big shot in society.
Well, what do you know? Our little Babs in society. Eating her way through the upper crust.
Not exactly. It's just that Helene Bidwell is in Babs' home economics class at school. See, the girls learn how to act as good hostesses. Each girl has to give a dinner for another girl and Professor Cartwright.
Who's this here Professor Cartwright?
Well, he's the mathematics teacher. He's the one who judges the girls' cooking. Each bachelor...
Well, that's no excuse to poison a guy.
Next Monday is Babs' turn, and she's invited Helene and Professor Cartwright here for a formal dinner.
Something won't it be kind of crowded? This kitchen ain't very big.
The kitchen? Riley, are you nuts? You can't ask a Bidwell to eat in the kitchen.
Why can't we? This is where we eat.
But, Riley, what's the dining room for?
To listen to the radio. Anybody knows that.
We'll use the dining room. Now, could we please drop the subject?
Don't forget, Riley, the Bidwells is big shot. Believe me, I'd know what to do if their daughter done me the honor to dine underneath my humble roof.
Well, it ain't your humble roof. It's my humble roof. And it ain't humble. It's shingle.
But I think it's nice for Babs to get around and meet important people. Mr. Bidwell is the biggest bank in the city.
So what? He owes me money. $30. I got a bank book to prove it.
But, Riley, don't you want your daughter to meet the right people?
She met the right people the day she got born in our family.
Well, you got something there. Oh, my goodness, what on earth is that?
Hey, look, it's a Cadillac. It stopped right in front of your house.
A Cadillac in front of our house? Must have run out of gas.
Why, it's Helene Bidwell. She gave Babs a lift home. She might come in, Riley. Do something. I don't want her seeing you looking like that.
Well, can I help it? This is the way I look. You can't fight nature.
I mean, put on a tie.
Yeah, Riley. And what's your grammar? Don't never use no double negative.
Fine thing. My wife don't think I look good, and my friend don't think I talk good. I bet Babs ain't ashamed of me. Where is my tie?
You're using it for a belt.
Oh.
Now, it isn't that I'm ashamed of Riley, but I met that Helene once, and if you ask me, she's a bit snippy.
Well, then I don't want Babs running around with her. There, my tie's on. How's it look?
Well, you can take it off. Doesn't look as if Helene's coming in.
Well, then I'll go out there. I want to give this Bidwell kid the once-over to see if she's okay for Babs to know.
Riley, now you better stay here. Oh, he's forgotten his coat, and he's wearing those awful purple suspenders.
Give me the coat. I'll bring it out to him.
Oh, dear. I hope he doesn't say anything that'll embarrass Babs.
Don't worry. I won't let him. I'll do all the talking and monotonize the conversation.
Well, thanks for the lift, Helene.
Hello, Babs, honey.
Oh, hello, Daddy. Helene, may I present my father? Charmed, Mr. Riley. Simply charmed. Pardon my glove.
Pardon my bare hand. Pleased to meet you.
So sorry to interrupt your dressing.
Oh, I wasn't dressing.
Daddy, you forgot your coat.
No, honey, I just took it off to eat my dinner.
Oh, Riley, I brung your coat. Put it on. If you know what I mean.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Say, that sure is a nifty car you got there, Miss Bidwell.
Oh, this old thing? I've had it almost 6 months.
Well, if you throw it away, let me know where you throw it.
Say, Babs, how's about a knockdown to your friend?
Oh, Helene, may I present Mr. Gillis?
James Madison Gillis.
Oh, of the San Francisco Gillises?
No, the San Quentin Gillis.
Daddy, please. I'm sorry Mother can't come out to say hello, Helene. She must be occupied in some household matters.
Yeah, she's up to her elbows in dishwater.
Daddy.
Riley, this charming little lady will take you serious.
Well, we're just plain people here, Helene. So when you come to dinner, don't go expecting no frills.
Really?
So sure. Our motto is buy some good food, cook it up tasty, throw it on a table, and every man for himself.
That's darling. Since you evidently have no servants, do let me send our staff over to help you with your dinner. Oh, no, Helene. When I give a dinner, I want to do it all by myself.
Yeah, and you get a square meal, too, Helene. You could use some meat on your ribs.
I beg your pardon?
Why? What did you do?
Daddy. Helene, you will come, won't you? I wouldn't dream of missing it for the world. I'm sure it'll be quite a novelty. Oh, by the way, Babs, what are you going to wear? Why, this dress, I guess, is my best one. Oh. Then I'll wear something old, too.
What a snip. You evidently have no servants. Leave me send over our stiff. Well, don't worry. We can throw a party as good as she can. Ain't that right, Babs? Babs. Gillis, where'd she go?
She went into the house. The poor urchin. No doubt she's in her room, crying her eyeballs out.
Well, you think maybe it was something I said? I was only trying to be pleasant.
I'll tell you what you did. You disgraced her. Helene's a dame that's got class, breed, and culture. Who'd you think you was talking to, my wife?
Well, gee, I didn't mean... I was just... Oh, I'm always doing things like... Why did she ever pick me for her father? Babs, honey.
Oh, hello, Daddy.
Babs, listen, Well, you ain't crying, are you?
No. I've got something in my eye, I guess.
Oh, that's good. That you ain't crying, I mean. That dope Gillis thought she was crying.
Well, I'm not.
No, I see you ain't crying. What are you not crying about? If it's about having them people for a feed, stop worrying. We'll toss a party that'll make their eyes pop. Of course, I'm just a plain fella, but...
Daddy, stop saying that.
Huh?
Stop apologizing for yourself and us. We're just as good as anybody.
Well, sure.
That Helene. Telling me she'd wear old clothes, too. Patronizing me. I'd like to smack her.
Now you're talking like my own daughter. And I'll take a poke at her old man, too. And what's more, I'm through doing business at his bank. I'll get my blotters elsewhere.
You should have seen the way she acted at her dinner tonight. Practically swooning over everything Professor Cartwright said. She made me feel like such a dummy. He'll never look at me again.
Oh, yes, he will. We'll have him here to eat, see? And he'll have to look at you. We'll put the meat platter in front of you.
Daddy?
Yeah?
Do you think we can get away with having them to dinner?
Why, sure. Your mother will be around to kind of bring you luck with the cooking. And for this one time, we'll put on some dog, too. Whatever those Bidwells did, we'll match them.
Oh, Daddy, we couldn't. We should have seen their dining table.
Well, we got a table.
Ours is golden oak, and they have mahogany.
Oh, well, it won't show. We'll put on a bigger tablecloth.
Daddy, they didn't use a cloth at all.
The cheapskates. Saving on laundry.
Oh, no, Daddy. They had individual table mats and lace doilies and silver candlesticks.
Yeah, I'm marking it down. One mahogany table with lace doily mats.
Daddy, you're not going to buy a new table. We can't afford it.
Nothing's too good for my family. Only probably I can rent one. My friend, Prop Fazuli, has very swanky furniture. He rents to movie studios. Go ahead, baby. What else?
Well, after dinner, they serve coffee in their library.
I'm marking it down. One library.
But, Daddy, we haven't
What's
got
a library? Books. Okay, leave it to your old man. What else?
Well, after coffee, Helene said Shall we have a rubber of bridge? I could have killed her. She knows I can't play bridge.
Oh, me neither. Well, I'll get a hold of some other game to play. What else?
Well, of course, Mr. and Mrs. Bidwell weren't at the table with us, but they dropped in later.
Well, your mother and me will drop in earlier. We'll keep dropping in and out. Of course, we'll be waiting on the table.
Oh, no, Daddy. It's wonderful of you, but I'm not going to have you waiting on table.
Why not? Your mother and me will only be too happy to do it, even without tips.
It just isn't right, that's all. You shouldn't do all this for me.
Look, baby, someday when you grow up and have kids of your own, you're going to realize that there's nothing that makes parents so happy as doing things for their children. And when the children actually appreciate it, well, that's parents' paradise.
Oh, you're sweet, Daddy. Tell you what, you and Mother come in after dinner like the Bidwells did. Oh, they were so nicely dressed. Mrs. Bidwell wore a dinner gown, and Mr. Bidwell had a dinner jacket, and they sat around chatting.
I'm marking it down. Chatter. Now, Babs, don't worry. Your dinner's going to make a big hit with Professor Cartwright.
Oh, Daddy, you're wonderful.
We'll show him. This dinner will have everything that rich people got, plus the one thing that all poor people got.
What's that?
Appetite.
Draft will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment. Meantime, this is Ken Carpenter with an invitation from Mrs. Riley and millions of other delighted housewives to join the march to dress. All right, let's go.
Dress. Dress. Dress your dishes and oh, how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Right. So don't you get left, get dressed.
Yes, get dressed, and your dishes will shine even without wiping. Dress, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle, makes even glasses sparkle, towel or no towel. Now, that's the remarkable difference between Dress suds and soap. All soaps leave cloudy streaks on dishes unless you polish them. But Dress suds rinse clean, leave dishes sparkling as crystal. And with Dress, it's goodbye dishpan grease. It seems to disappear before your eyes. Dress kind of hands, too. So, ladies, Monday morning, march down to your grocer and ask for that bright green package of Dress. The famous Procter & Gamble name is on every package. So don't get left, get dressed. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, it's the day of Babs' dinner, at which she is supposed to entertain her teacher, Professor Cartwright, and her very social classmate, Helene Bidwell. Being hostess at this home-cooked dinner is part of the home economics course at high school, and the rules say that mother can't help. However, the rules forgot father, who right now is entering a second-hand shop in search of a mahogany dining room table.
Hey, anybody here?
Peek-a-boo, Mr. Riley.
Well, if it ain't my little neighbor, Waldo Binney. What are you doing here, Waldo?
I ran away from my wife and came in here to hide.
Well, you didn't get away with it, Waldo. I see your wife followed you in.
Where?
Why, there. Ain't that your wife standing in the corner there?
Oh, no, that's an Egyptian mummy. Not quite as old as my wife.
Yeah, it's too dark in here to see good. Hey, Waldo, where's Pops Fazuli?
Well, Mr. Fazuli had to go out, so I'm minding the store for him. Anything I can do for you?
Well, Babs is throwing a party, extra special stylish, and I want some stuff to go with the occasion.
Well, we've got some fine antiques here.
Well, now, there's a thing over there I need. A good-looking dining room table. It's mahogany, too.
Yes, but you wouldn't want that. It's a movie prop. It was in the movie called Madness in Monte Carlo.
Madness in Monte Carlo? I never heard of that picture.
It was regrettable for us.
Well, just the same, it's a beautiful table. Babs would love it.
But it's a gambling table.
No kidding.
Yeah. You see, right now, it doesn't look like a gambling table. But look, I trip this cap here and watch.
Well, what do you know? The top turns itself over, and now it's a roulette table with the wheel and all.
Yeah, and vice versa. See, I trip the catch once more, and presto.
Well, now it's a dining table again.
Clever, isn't it?
Waldo, with this I can kill two birds with one stone. You see, after dinner, Babs needs a game to play instead of bridge, so... Now I got a very swanky game like in Monte Carlo, only we just play for matches.
That's a very good idea. I love gambling.
You gamble, Waldo?
Oh, yes, I'm a devil. Over in Ocean Park, all the old ladies call me Bingo Benny.
Listen, Waldo, have Prof. Fazuli deliver that table right away. Now I got to go over and see my pal Dick Brodell, the undertaker.
Nothing professional, I hope.
Oh, no. I'm just borrowing one of his tuxedos to wear. He's got them in all sizes. And he's lending me a book of witty sayings. It'll give me a fast line of chatter for Babs' party. Oh, say, that reminds me. I need a library, too. Lots of books.
Well, there's some fine books over here on this table. Now, this pile is Francis Bacon. And this is William Shakespeare. And this pile is Charles Lamb.
Well, how do you think Fazuli rents out these books?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I'm in a hurry. Rack me up 5 pounds of Shakespeare, 5 pounds of lamb, and a half a pound of bacon.
Time for the professor and Helene to be here. Oh, Mother, I'm as nervous as a cat.
Now, Babsy, everything's going to be fine. How's the dining room look?
Well, I don't know. Daddy's in here and he won't let me in till he's all finished.
Well, everything's set.
Daddy! Riley! You're wearing a tuxedo.
Yes, sir. How do I look?
Well, fine, but a tuxedo. Aren't you overdoing things a little?
No. Babs said Mr. Bidwell wore one of these monkey suits. Well, believe me, it looks more natural on me.
Oh, it's very smart, Daddy. It makes it much thinner.
Oh.
How's it feel?
Well, fine, but how long can a man go without breathing? There's only one thing wrong. No cuffs on the pants.
But that's the style.
It ain't practical. Where'll I put my prune pits? Still, I can't kick Digger loaned it to me. And this little book came with it, free.
Oh, what's the book, dear?
Full of witty sayings and wise remarks. Whatever somebody says, this book gives you a comeback to it. I learned one of them by heart, too.
Oh, what is it, Daddy?
Well, first somebody has to say something about dinner.
Well, when everything's ready, I'll say, dinner is served.
Okay, then I say, let's see. Oh, yeah, here it is. Speaking of dinner, it's an established fact that the ancient Egyptians always had a skeleton sitting at the table at a feast.
A skeleton?
Yeah, let me finish this. It was to remind them that life is fleeting, hence saying a skeleton at the feast. How's that?
Well, it's educational, dear, but a bit depressing.
Yes, sir. Everybody's going to remember this night.
Well, can we see the dining room now?
Yeah, sure. I got it all set. Well, real classy, huh?
Why, Daddy, it looks fine.
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah, mahogany table, candlesticks, lace doilies, and everything. From now on, the Rileys will be just like society people. Only we'll keep on working. And wait till after dinner. That table's got a surprise to it. Extend.
Oh, early.
Oh, hurry, Daddy, answer the door.
No, you go. I want to get caught reading a good book.
Oh, I've got to take the roast out of the oven.
I'll do that, dear. You two go to the door.
Oh, all right. Back me up, Daddy.
Yeah, no. Let's see. The ancient Egyptians had dead Skelton for dinner. Oh, okay. I'm all set. Open the door.
Good evening, Helene. Good evening, Professor Cartwright. How are you, Babs?
Hello, Barbara.
Good evening. Good evening. Come on in.
Oh, Professor Cartwright, my father.
Riley's the name. Put it there, Professor.
Oh, how do you do, sir? Well, this is a cozy home you have here, Mr. Riley.
Well, thank you. Only 19 years more and it's ours. Say, I hope you both brung your appetites with you. Babs fixed a feed that would choke a horse. I mean, 2 horses.
Daddy.
I mean, a horse and a man. Sit down, folks. Make yourselves comfortable.
Ah, I see. Something smells mightily good.
You're right, Elise.
I can't be able to eat anything. Food is so boring. Oh, Helene, you will have something.
Yeah, Helene. Don't be no skeleton at the fiesta.
Skeletons? Really?
Oh, yes, indeed, Helene. Mr. Riley refers to the fact that the ancient Egyptians seated a skeleton at their feast to remind them that life was fleeting. Hence the saying, a skeleton at the feast.
Well, that one's no shot. Babs, my book of witty sayings, where did it go?
I don't know, Dad.
I gotta find that I only learned one hunk of knowledge.
Well, good evening, Helene.
Bonsoir, Mrs. Riley.
And this must be Professor Cartwright.
How do you do, Mrs. Riley?
I'm so glad you could come. Well, Babs, I suppose you guessed they're hungry. Shall we go into the dining room, dear?
Yeah. Oh, the door. Come in. Who is it?
It is I, Digby Odell.
The friendly undertaker.
Well, come on in, Digger. Say hello to the folks.
Greetings, one and all. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, this is Miss Helene Bidwell. Helene, Mr. Odell.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Bidwell? Bidwell, I knew your grandfather.
Really?
Yes. Of course, I only met him once. We went for a long drive into the country together.
Grandfather was so witty. Everyone who ever met him always quoted him.
He didn't say a word on this trip.
And this is Professor Cartwright, Digger. He teaches mathematics at the high school.
Oh, yes, Professor. Then you tutor my son, Mustang.
Yes, I do indeed, sir. Excellent student, your boy. He's just fine at handling figures.
That's my boy, all right.
We were just going to sit down to dinner, Mr. Odell.
So I see. I like the way the table is laid out.
So if you'll excuse us, Digger.
Oh, go right ahead. I'm not staying. Babs, I knew you were having a party, so I thought you might like to have these flowers. They're my favorite kind. Crocus.
Thank you, Mr. Odell.
Well, as an amateur horticulturist, may I compliment you on these blooms, Mr. Odell?
Thank you, Professor. Glad to meet a comrade of the soil. As we say in my profession, you may not like flowers at first, but eventually they'll grow on you.
Well, thanks for dropping in, Digger, but dinner's on the table and we didn't exactly plan on you.
I won't keep you any longer. I don't want to be a skeleton at the feast. You know the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, we know. We all know that one.
By the way, Riley, that suit looks well on you. Almost as well as it did on...
Thanks, Digger. Thanks.
But your tie, it's not tied properly. Shall I tie it for you?
Well,
It'll only take a moment. Now, let's see. You'll have to lie down.
That Digger always kidding.
Well, we won't wait for you, Riley. Professor Cartwright and Miss Bidwell, shall we go in?
Farewell, Professor.
Oh, good night, Mr. Odell. It's been a pleasure seeing you, and I trust we'll meet again.
We shall, believe me.
Well, let's go into the dining room. Don't be too long, Riley.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I hate to rush you, Digger.
I understand, Riley. We all have to go sometime. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
We're waiting for you.
I'm coming. Listen, if anybody sees a little book laying around...
Time enough for literature after dinner, Mr. Riley. Ah, this is a lovely table. Ooh, and that roast makes my mouth water.
How peculiar that. Everything on the table is washed.
Oh, real home style, eh, Barbara?
Yes, and quite proper when there are no servants, Helene. Daddy, will you carve the roast? Where's Daddy?
Riley, I mean, Chester, where are you? Chester, what are you looking for under the table?
Oh, I'm just trying to find my book. I see it.
Oh, get up, Chester.
Yeah, okay. Now, listen, Helene. You got your foot near a little trigger under the table, see? Don't touch that.
Trigger?
Yeah, just here that I'm touching with my foot, see? One little push on that, and you...
That's the roast! The roast! I've got it! It landed on Miss Bidwell.
Oh, I was never so... Look at my dress! And look at my dinner!
What a revolting development this is.
Oh, Riley, what's happened? But a table, those numbers, and a wheel. What kind of a table is this?
I'd rather not say, but seeing the dinner is over, would anyone care for a rubber of roulette?
Rallies, we'll be back in a moment. Now, here's a suggestion. If you'd like a longer, lovelier life for your nice washables, join the march to Dress. It's America's largest selling brand for washing soaps, nylons, woolens, dishes. And no wonder, for Dress gives brighter, fresher, safer cleaning than any previous suds in history. Yes, nightly dressing will make stockings look lovelier and wear longer. And new woolens washed in Dress will come out softer, brighter, fluffier than with even expensive soap flakes. Lingerie colors, too, stay sparkling and gay longer than with any soap. So start now to enjoy the advantages of Dress, Procter & Gamble's Miracle Suds for your nice things. Ask for Dress in a bright green package. Don't get less, get Dress.
Have some more pipes, Professor Cartwright?
Oh, no, thank you. Really, 3 pieces is my limit.
Well, it was nice of you to eat the roast after.
Oh, nonsense. The pot roast wasn't harmed at all.
Sure, it only bounced once.
It didn't bounce. Elaine caught it before it hit the floor.
Yes, right in her lap.
Yes, sir, the Rileys had a skeleton at the feast when she went home. And you know something? She sure looks good dressed in gravy.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Dress, the Sudsing Miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, invite you to be their guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script written by Reuben Ship and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Babs is Barbara Eiler. Professor Cartwright is Joe Kern. Waldo is Dink Trout. And Helene is Peggy Weber. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley and reminding you, for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any previous suds in history, use Dress. Don't get less, get Dress. Say, what put the gleam in his eye?
The gleam in her hair.
And what put the gleam in her hair? Prell, P-R-E-L-L. Procter & Gamble's new Emerald Clear Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Prell reveals a radiant, gleaming beauty no soap or soap shampoo can equal. And Prell leaves hair so easy to manage. Radiantly soft, radiantly lovely.
Prell removes embarrassing dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, a fact proved by a group of doctors. Even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week. And a little Prell makes mountains of lather.
And say, the whole family goes for that handy Prell tube.
Yes, no messy jars, no slippery bottles. Try the new Radiant Cream Shampoo, Prell.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
Yes, try Prell. Listen again next week when Dress, the Sudsing Miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny, Abner, I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum, I believe you're right.
No, see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, life is indeed gloomy for poor Abner. Elizebeth and little Pearl have left him. All Abner found when he entered his house to settle his marital misunderstandings was a brief farewell note and some cold corned beef in the icebox. All efforts to locate Elizebeth and Pearl have failed so far, and her disappearance is shrouded in mystery. As we look in on the little community today, we see the old fellows in their jot-em-down store and library. Abner is talking on the telephone.
No letter at all, huh? Not even a postcard? Well, if anything comes for me, well, let me know right away, Dick. All right. Goodbye. Blame it, didn't get a single word.
Well, natural. Elizabeth went away and left you. She ain't going to sit around writing love letters to you.
Well, she could at least write and tell me where she's at, Lum.
Well, she don't want you to know where she's at. At least not right away. She wants to keep that a secret, more likely.
Well, I ought to have got a letter from her brother then, the one that lives down there in Texas. When Elizabeth goes anywhere, that's where she generally goes. So I read him and asked him if she was there, but he won't even answer my letter.
Well, he ain't had time to answer it yet.
Oh, he's had enough time. just sits around the house, don't hardly ever do nothing. Well, except go to work every day. He's got plenty of time to write, though.
I mean, there ain't been time for a letter to get to him and for him to send one back to you.
No, he just says that. Just using that for an excuse. Actually, he's just too ornery to write to me. That's the whole thing. Just too ornery.
Now, wait a minute, Abner. You're jumping at conclusions here.
More than likely, he taken my letter and tore it up in little bitty pieces. That's just about what he done. Maybe he never even read it before he tore it up. I don't know.
Abner, before you go around making statements like that, you ought to get the facts of the case first.
Making no weeds. Imagine a feller doing a thing like that, Lum. Your own brother-in-law tearing up a letter without even reading it first.
He never done no such a thing.
He did do it.
He never.
Well, if he never done it then, how'd I find out about it?
Well, just wait a minute now. Tell me exactly how did you find out about it?
Why? Let's see now. Where did I hear that? I know I heard it somewhere.
The only place you heard it was from yourself, and all you done was imagine it.
No, sir, I heard it somewhere.
No, you never. So just forget that and try to relax. This whole thing's got you so upset you don't know hardly what you're doing.
Well, maybe it was Grandpappy Spears that told me.
No, it wasn't Grandpap. Now, stop worrying, Abner.
See who
You'll get a hearing from your brother-in-law in a day or so, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Elizebeth come back quicker than ever then.
Come back?
Why, sure. She won't be able to stay away very long, I don't think. They always come back.
Well, I don't believe Elizebeth will, old Lum. That note she left for me sounded awful fine.
Sometimes they come back when you don't want them.
Yeah, well, I want her back, but she said in that note that she could see that the only thing to do was just take little Pearl and leave me for good.
Yeah, I know. But again, she gets away from here, she'll start recollecting how nice everything used to be at home. Then she'll get to missing you, and get homesick. She'll be back.
Doggies, I hope so. Tell you, Lum, again, I wake up in the morning and I don't hear Elizebeth and little Pearl clattering around the house. It just don't seem like there's any reason to get up. Don't seem like life's worth living no more.
Elizebeth clatters in the morning, does she?
Oh, yeah, her and little Pearl. Get out there and chop wood to build a fire to cook breakfast. I lay there in bed, hear them every morning. Every morning of the world. Chop, chop, chop.
Pull yourself together, Abner. This ain't gonna last but a few days more. At least I don't think it will.
All as before, I wish Elizebeth and Pearl had quiet down and quit all that noise in the morning so as I could get some sleep. Doggies, now I'd give anything in the world to hear that noise. Chop, chop.
That's the way with everything. A fella don't ever appreciate something till he has to get along without it. You never miss the water till the well goes dry. I've always said that.
Well, we got a good well of water, Lum. It's Elizebeth that's wormy, her being gone.
I know, I just used
I could borrow water from my neighbors, but Elizabeth's gone, Lum. That's the worst thing that could happen to me. I know one thing, if Elizebeth ever does come back, I'm going to be awful good to her. Never get mad at her again. Never say a mean word to her.
Well, good for you, Abner. I'm proud to hear you say that.
Doggies, I might even help her chop the wood. Once in a while.
Well, now, wait a minute, Abner. Don't get yourself carried away with all your good resolutions here. It's one thing to be good to your woman, but actual doing woman's work's going a little too far.
It is, huh?
Yeah. She'll have you milking the cows and feeding the stock and doing the plowing the first thing you know.
Doggies, that's just about right.
And she won't have no respect for you if you start doing things like that.
No, I reckon you're right, Lum. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what I'll do, though. I'll keep the axe good and sharp for her. I'll do that.
Well, that's all right.
Doggies, I wish she'd come back. I sure
Don't worry, she will. Just be patient.
Well, I can't be patient at a time like this. Doggies, wait a minute. I know what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm going to go get her.
Well, how can you do that?
Well, I'll do it some way. I'll carry her all the way home if I have to, but I'm going to get her back here, Lum.
Yeah, but you don't know where to get to her.
Huh?
So far, we ain't been able to find a single clue telling us where she might have went. Not a single person we've talked to knows a thing about her, or else they ain't telling us the truth, Lum.
Yeah, well, I know where she's at. She's down in Texas at her brother's place. That's where she's at.
No, you don't know that for sure now, Abner.
I do done it, Lum. That's why her brother tore up that letter of mine. He just don't want me to know she's down there.
For goodness sake.
Doggies, I'll show him a couple of things or two. I'll go right down there and drag that young lady home. That's what I'll do. And I won't stop to pick up the broke glass, neither.
Broke glass?
No, sir.
What broke glass?
Why, the glass in the window. You'll have all the doors locked on me where I can't get in the house. I'll just have to break through a window. All I hope is he misses me.
Misses you?
Yeah, I'd hate to get filled full of buckshot.
Now, wait a minute. Are you trying to make me believe that he'd get out a gun and start shooting at you?
Why, sure he will.
No, let outcast anything I've heard you say yet.
I know it. I don't understand it myself, Mom. I don't know what's come over that man. I just can't figure it out. Used to be such a nice, gentle sort of a feller, too. My favorite brother-in-law. Now look at him, firing a gun at his own relay.
Oh, for goodness sakes, he ain't doing no such a thing.
Why, he is. That's what they're saying about him.
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's all these fellers that's saying that?
Why,
There, you don't know. This is all just your imagination, Abner. And that's something you ought to get over. Because someday that imagination of yours will more likely be a ruination of you, getting you in a lot of trouble. So just watch out for it.
Well, that ain't what I'm watching out for. It's that buckshot that I'm worried about right now.
Abner, there ain't going to be no buckshot fired at you. Your brother-in-law's a nice fella, and he wouldn't even do such a thing as that.
Why, he would, Lum, since this change has come over. I don't believe you'd even recognize him now. Looks like a different fella, Lum.
Well, how do you know? You ain't saw him for a couple of 3 years. How can you tell what he looks like now?
Huh?
You see, this is all just your imagination, Abner. All you got to do is say something out loud, and right away you think it's something you've heard someplace, and it's actual truth. What if I went around doing that, too? Granny, both of us had been ruined a long time ago.
All I know, Lum, is that I hate and despise that low-down brother-in-law of mine.
No, you don't.
I do.
You ain't got a single reason in the world to hate him.
Fella shooting at you and you won't hate him for...
Well, wait till you find out the facts before you say anything like that. Try to pattern yourself after me for a while.
After you?
Yeah. I always find out the actual true facts of anything before I make any statements.
You do, huh?
Yeah, that way I always know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You don't hear me going around making mistakes like you do.
Just the same, I hate and despise my brother-in-law.
No, you don't, Abner.
Yeah, I do.
Who you ought to hate is Sister Simpson, or Annabelle Kearney. There's the one. There's the woman to blame right there. She's the one that caused all this trouble. If she hadn't come to Pine Ridge for a visit, none of this would have ever happened.
Dogged, I believe you're right, Mom. Dad, blame her anyway.
Hey, you know what I've got a good mind to do?
Huh?
I believe I'll just call her up and tell her exactly what I think of her.
Yeah, call her up. Dogged, I'll tell her a couple of things myself. Whereabouts is she staying? Over at the Blevins' place?
I reckon so. She always does whenever she comes to town.
Yeah.
Her and the Blevins is some kind of kin, I think. Cousins or something. What's their ring?
2 short and a long. I believe it is long. No, it ain't. A short and a long, a short. That's what it is. Made a mistake. Well, as I know that place, I had you calling a Bates' place there. I wish that woman would have never come to town. Let's just tell her to get out of town and never come back.
Hello? Is that you, Miss Blevins? Well, I'd like to speak with Annabelle. Yeah, Annabelle Kearney.
I'll speak to her, too, Mom.
Mom?
Her and my brother-in-law out of
Oh, is she left already?
He was here.
She never. Are you sure about that? Oh, fine to goodness. Mom? Oh, no, it weren't nothing important. Fact is, I believe I had the wrong name, come to think about it.
No, that's her name, Mom.
Sorry I bothered you, Miss Blevins. Well, all right. Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, I do know.
What's the matter, Mom?
That's curious.
Huh?
Annabelle Kearney ain't in town.
She ain't.
Oh, and what's more, she ain't been here neither. Not for 3 years, Miss Blevins said.
Well, for the land's sake. Well, how'd all these stories about her get started then?
Yes, I don't know.
Whereabouts did you hear that Annabelle Kearney was in town, Mom?
I was just trying to think.
Was it Mousy Gray?
No, it couldn't have been Mousy, because I was the one that told him.
Huh? Sister Simpson?
No, I don't believe so. No, I know it wasn't. I recollect she called up here asking about a cat named Annabelle.
Yeah, well, that was the one I got Elizebeth for a present, but never had a chance to give it to her.
And after that, well, for goodness sakes, I don't believe nobody told me.
Huh?
I just got to putting 2 and 2 together that day, and I was the one that started this whole, well, just skip it.
What was you want to say?
Nothing, Abner. It ain't nothing important.
Well, what was it?
I told you it weren't nothing important.
Well, now, it must have been something like...
All I was going to say, Abner, was that I've changed my mind. I don't believe you ought to pattern yourself after me.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. It's nothing new for the kingfish to go into a business that's calculated to make a fortune. But when he deliberately considers going into a business where he would actually have to work, well, that's a radical departure. At the moment, Amos and Andy are in the office discussing the kingfish's contemplated venture.
Look, Andy, I've been around the kingfish long enough to know the kind of businesses he goes into.
No, I tell you, Amos, this time he really serious. Why, he even putting his own money into things.
Oh, he is, huh?
Yeah, that's the truth. The deal calls for $348. And the only outside money he got to get is what he ain't got himself.
How much is that?
$345.
Tell me, what kind of business is it, Andy?
Well, it's that lunch counter down the block here. You know, the one that's got about 12 stools in it. He's going to buy that and run it himself.
What experience has he got with the lunchroom?
Well, he's been eating all his life, ain't he?
Well, what kind of work would the kingfish do in the lunchroom?
Oh, he's going to be a kind of a head waiter. During the supper business, he's going to put on a tuxedo and show people to the stools. But, Amos, what I want to see you about was to find out if you want to borrow $345 on your insurance policy and go into the thing with the kingfish.
No, Andy, I ain't that crazy. No, sir.
Yeah, well, I told the kingfish I didn't think there was much chance, but I'd ask you anyway. I'll go over and tell him now. Oh, hello, Andy. Come in. Yeah, hello, Kingfish. I done talked to Amos, and he ain't interested.
Yeah, well, that don't seem too important now, Andy. Something else has done happened.
Yeah, well, you sure look down the dumps. What's the matter?
Andy, you remember me speaking of Sapphires' brother, Leroy Hancock, my brother-in-law?
Yeah, seems like I do.
It's terrible, Andy. Sometime out of a clear sky, a man like me have more grief and sorrow heaped on him than he can bear. Life has got a funny way of treating a man. Don't seem like there's no justice.
Well, what's the matter, Kingfish? Did your brother-in-law die?
No, he coming to visit us.
Typical brother-in-law, huh?
That's right, and when I say that no-good bum Leroy Hancock is 100% obnoxious, I'm being conservative.
Well, what kind of a looking fellow is he, Kingfish?
Well, to tell you the truth, I ain't never met him in my life. You see, he lived down in Oklahoma. I just judge by the letters he been writing. Always asking us, sending money and stuff, you know.
Yeah. Well, what you going to do about him coming up here?
Well, then, I just can't have that fella hanging around our place, that's all. Now, here's what I thought I'd do. You see, Sapphire ain't seen this letter that he writ. She's in New Jersey visiting her aunt, and she going to be gone till the middle of next week. Now, he say arriving at the Pennsylvania station at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I wonder where he got the fare to come up here at.
Oh, he wouldn't pay no fare. He must travel on them rods underneath the car there.
Oh, yeah. I got a cousin that travels that way. Every time I goes down to the train to see him off, I got to get down on my knees to wave goodbye to him.
Well, anyway, Andy, here's how I figure on working the thing out. Now, look here, you go down to the station for me, Andy. Maybe take Lightning with you. Meet my brother-in-law. Tell him that you was a friend of mine and that me and Sapphire has done gone to Baltimore, and we ain't going to be back for a long time.
Oh, wait a minute here now. Then I had stuck with him.
No, Andy, look here. All you got to do when you meet him is to advise him to tell him to go right on to Chicago. Tell him there's a big business boom out there.
Miss Ann there, how is we supposed to know the Kingfisher's brother-in-law when we see him?
Well, Lightning, from the way the Kingfishers got him figured, we are supposed to look for a man that is a total all-out bum. He's supposed to be about my size, I think. Look, Lightning, go over and tell one of them porters to kind of keep an eye out for him.
Yes, I'll do that, Miss Ann.
Yeah, well, I'll wait right here, Lightning.
Porter.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for a man here, kind of a big man.
Do you know how he's dressed?
Well, the only thing I can tell you is that he looked kind of like a bum.
Oh, all right, I'll keep an eye out for him. A bum, huh? Say, wait a minute. Is that him standing over there?
Oh, no, I'm looking for another man. That's Andy there.
Well, I'll still keep looking.
Thank you, Porter. Miss Andy.
Someone at the information desk to see Mr. George Kingfish Stevens.
Hey, you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that must be the Kingfisher's brother-in-law looking for us. Let's go over there. Now, look, if it is him, don't forget, the most important thing is to get him to go right on to Chicago.
There's only one man standing there. That must be him.
Yeah, he dressed pretty good. He must have come in a first-class boxcar. Wait a minute. Pardon me, sir. Is you Leroy Hancock?
Yes, I'm Hancock.
Oh, yeah. Well, my name is Brown. Your sister and brother-in-law had to go to Baltimore, and they asked me to come down here and meet you.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you. How long is they going to be in Baltimore?
Oh, they're going to be there indefinitely. Maybe longer than that, even.
That's too bad. I'm awful anxious to see them.
Yeah, well, Mr. Hancock, this is my assistant here, Lightning.
Oh, glad to know you, Lightning.
Welcome to New York, Mr. Hancock. There's a train leaving for Chicago on another track.
Yeah, that's right. That's the beauty of coming to New York and leaving right away. The same peoples that come to the train to meet you can see you off. Well, bum voyage, Mr. Hancock.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to get my bearings here. I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
Well, I can tell you.
I'd just like to take it easy for a little while I think myself over here. I counted on seeing my sister and brother-in-law here. It's kind of a shock to me.
Yeah, I guess 'tis at that. Well, I tell you what, Mr. Hancock, you can come up to my room and kind of calm down a little, and then you can fresh up and catch the night freight to Chicago.
Well, I would like to go up to your room, all right. That'll give me a chance to collect my thoughts and sort of make some plans. Well, I feel much better now that I've freshened up.
Yeah, you look good. Now, my advice to you is to go right on to Chicago, Mr. Hancock.
Chicago? Why Chicago?
Well, there's a big boom there, yeah.
A boom?
Yeah, they got a gold rush on there. Ain't you heard about it?
A gold rush in Chicago?
Oh, sure. For once, they got the thing in a place that's handy to get to.
Now, you see, the reason that I come up here to New York was to go into business with the Kingfish. Mm-hmm. It so happens that I had some land down in Oklahoma that suddenly done sprouted oil, and I got a lot of money to invest.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Hancock, pardon me, Mr. Hancock, this left ear of mine backfires once in a while. Did you, by any chance, say something about having money to invest?
That's right. I wanted to go in business with the Kingfish. And if he's going to be out of town indefinitely, there ain't no point in me hanging around here.
Yeah, well, now, wait a minute. The Kingfish liable to be back from Baltimore sooner than we expect.
Well, how soon do you think that'll be?
Well, would tomorrow be all right?
Well, you see, I wanted to make this investment, and
well, of course, he might get back tonight.
Tonight, huh?
Yeah, or maybe sooner than that. You know, sometime that train from Baltimore runs 6 or 7 miles ahead of time.
Well, you see, I have $1,000 with me to invest.
Did you say $1,000?
Yeah. Say, where are you going?
Well, I think I hear that Baltimore train coming in now.
And I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Well, it's the truth. I see your brother-in-law rent the finest suite in the hotel and pay cash in advance. And he come up here in the train in a private compartment. Oh, boy, he got plenty of money, all right.
Sweet fella, that Leroy.
Yeah. Ain't nothing like money to sweeten a man up, is it?
Tell me, you say that he checked into the Hotel Lennox?
That's right. And he's waiting over there to hear from me about when you was getting back and he can get together with you.
Yeah.
I done even told him about the lunch counter and what a good investment it would be. Hey, what you looking around for?
Well, then, just trying to figure where we can put Leroy up here at the house. I want him to move in with us just soon as Sapphire come back from New Jersey.
Oh, you're going to have him come and stay with you, huh?
Yeah, I could sleep on the floor, and we could put my bed right over here for him, and then put a little night table right next to it, and then put a nice vase of roses on top of it, with just enough room for a fountain pen and a checkbook, you see.
You know, Kingfish, as long as you're going to be sleeping on the floor, you might sleep right by his bed, and then you can blot the checks as he writes them.
Yeah. Not a bad thought, Anna, not a bad thought. Now, look here. The first thing to do, of course, is to get this lunchroom deal set.
Yeah.
Now, listen, Anna. You call up Leroy and tell him that you got a telegram from me saying that I'm going to be back in town tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Make a appointment for us to go to his hotel room and see him tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, well, where's I going to meet you?
I tell you what, I'll meet you in the lobby of his hotel around 10 o'clock, and then we can go up to his room together.
Well, it's a few minutes before 10 on the following day, and the scene is the lobby of the Hotel Lennox. Mr. Hancock has just come out of the elevator and walked over to the desk.
Oh, clerk.
Yes, Mr. Hancock?
I'm expecting some friends very shortly. They're coming up to the room, but when they come to the desk with you, just tell them that I'm in the front part of the lobby.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hancock.
Pardon me, is this chair taken?
No, sit right down, sir.
Thank you. Nice day, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty nice around New York this time of the year.
Yeah.
You from out of town?
Yeah, just come in. Came up to see my sister and brother-in-law.
Yeah, I got a brother-in-law, too. Funny lot, ain't it?
Yeah, in a way, I guess.
Take my brother-in-law. There's a fella that's been a chiseler and a bum all his life.
Yeah? Well, I guess some of them are that way.
Then all of a sudden he come into some money, all of which go to show you that the dumber he is, the further you get in this world.
Well, I wouldn't say that's always the case.
Well, look at my brother-in-law. He didn't have a dime up till the time he got this money. Always writing us for a couple of bucks. My wife would have sent him $50 or $60 in this past year if it wasn't for me.
Oh, you wouldn't let her, huh?
Well, I'll tell you what I've done. When she give me the letter with the money at the mail to him, I'd always kind of steam the letter open a little bit and take the money. I was a smart fella, ain't I?
Well, fortunately, my brother-in-law isn't like that. He's a pretty nice fella, from what my sister tells me.
No, don't believe it. They're all alike. He probably just a bigger heel as the rest of them.
Oh, well, it takes all kinds of people to make...
Oh, hello there. Is you gentlemen done met already?
Oh, how do you do?
Yeah, we just talking here informal, and I just telling the gentleman here about my no-good brother-in-law.
Yeah, well, you telling him what?
I say, I was just telling the gentleman here what a no-good chiseler my brother-in-law was before he come into that money, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was telling me how he took money out of the letters his wife sent to his brother-in-law, and...
Yeah. And another thing I want to tell you.
I wonder who won the ball game today.
Speaking of my brother-in-law, Andy, is you sure that bum has got some money?
Look, Could I see you for a minute?
Certainly, Andy. Pardon me, sir. Nice to spoke to you.
I'll be right back, Mr. Hancock.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Andy, when you just spoke to the man there when you left, you used the name.
Uh-huh.
You used the name Hancock.
Right.
My brother-in-law is named Hancock.
You is right.
Was that my brother-in-law?
You is dead right.
I is dead.
Right. Kingfish, will you please stop shaking? You've been doing it for an hour.
Well, Brother Andy, I has had about a cruel a shock as a man can get. Telling my own wealthy brother-in-law right in the face that he is a chiseler. Yeah, that's what you call smacking the gift horse right in the teeth, ain't it?
But listen, Kingfish, I keep telling you that he don't know that you is his brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Now get that in your head, will you?
I'm trying to get it in there. He don't know that I is brother-in-law.
That's right. I went back and told him that you was just a friend of mine.
Oh.
And besides that, I told him that I got a telegram from the Kingfish saying they wouldn't be home till the night. Now, that's why he didn't keep their appointment.
Oh, that's great, Andy.
Well, sure.
Now, listen. Wait a minute. Look here. There's only one way to get Leroy in this lunchroom deal.
Mm-hmm.
I got a great idea.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll have him to come up to my house this afternoon, and somebody else has got to be the Kingfish.
You mean get somebody else to make believe that they is the Kingfish and close the deal for you?
That's right. Get somebody else to make believe and let them close the deal.
Don't that sound a little jaily?
Oh, no, it's a cinch, Andy. Look here. With Leroy leaving town tonight on business, and my wife not coming back till the middle of next week, that make everything work out perfect, you see?
Yeah.
Now, listen, look here. You have Leroy at my house at 2 o'clock. Now, I tell you what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I is going to get Gabby Gibson and give him $5 to come up to my house and make believe that he is me. Or Andy just can't miss. Now, look here, Gabby. You got the whole idea straight now, ain't you?
I got the whole idea. I'm going to be the Kingfish. I'm going to be the Kingfish.
Yeah, that's right. Now, I going to hide in this closet right here, and when my brother-in-law come in with Andy, I'll be in the closet. Now, I can hear what all y'all is talking about in the room here.
And you say you're going to give me a signal. Go give me a signal.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to give you a signal. Now, look here. If he asks you a question that you don't know the answer to, I'll knock. Now, one knock like this, that means yes.
I got you.
And two knocks like this, that means no.
One knock means yes, two knocks mean no. One yes, two no.
Yeah, that's... wait a minute. There's Andy, my brother-in-law now. Now, don't forget, you is the Kingfish.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, now, I'll go. I'll get in the closet here. You take care of it.
Hello, Kingfish. How is you? This is your brother-in-law, Mr. Hancock.
Glad to see you, Leroy. Glad to see you, my own dear brother-in-law. Let me hug you.
Well, Kingfish, at last we meet.
Oh, yeah, I'm the Kingfish, all right. I'm the Kingfish. Glad to see you, Leroy. Sure is glad to see you.
Well, tell me, Kingfish, how's Sapphire?
Oh, you mean my wife? Oh, yeah, Sapphire. Sapphire's fine. I love that woman. I love her to death.
By the way, Kingfish, is Sapphire still in Baltimore?
Sapphire in Baltimore? No, she ain't. Yes, she is. That's exactly where she is.
Did I hear somebody knock?
Oh, that's all right. That's just the man next door hanging pictures.
Do you think I ought to stay here till Sapphire gets back?
Oh, by all means, no.
Funny thing, sometime that guy gets them pictures up with one smack, and sometime it take him two.
Say, I meant to ask you, what was you and Sapphire doing in Baltimore?
Down in Baltimore? Oh, we distant relatives down there, distant relatives.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, visiting relatives, that's right.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, have we got any relatives down in Baltimore?
Oh, well, has we got any relatives down in Baltimore? That's what you asked me.
Yeah?
I'll repeat the question a little louder. Has we got any relatives down in Baltimore? Well, yes, and no.
there's so many places where we has relatives, and there's so many places where we ain't. It's hard to keep track of them.
Did you have nice weather down in Baltimore? Say, that fella certainly is putting up a lot of pictures.
Yeah. He do that. He's a great art lover, that fella, yeah.
Well, that's the doorbell, ain't it?
Yeah, wait a minute. I'll take a look out the lace curtains here and see who it is. It's Sapphire.
Sapphire's up front. Say, did you say Sapphire?
That's exactly who it is.
Well, listen, isn't anyone going to let her in?
What do we do, Gabby? I mean, Kingfish, what do we do?
I think all the supplies and leave right away.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't leave. But now, let's open the front door. Come on, Andy.
Yeah. Good luck, everybody. Hello, Sapphire.
Why, Andy, what you doing opening? Leroy! Oh, my brother!
Sapphire, I'm so glad to see you.
Oh, what you doing here?
Well, just got in town yesterday.
I sure am glad I come back a few days sooner than I expected.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, come on in. Come on in. Well, Kingfish, the Sapphire's back.
Oh, hello, Sapphire. How's Sapphire?
Gabby, what you doing here? Where's the kingfish?
The kingfish?
Say, now, wait a minute here.
Yeah, wait a minute, everybody. Now, just wait a minute. All right, Kingfish, come on out. Come on out of that closet and face the thing yourself. Well, Sapphire, how is my darling wife?
Oh, hello, George. I sure is glad to see you. What's all this about?
Yeah, what is going on here?
Well, boys, we might as well tell him.
Yeah.
Brother-in-law, this has been all a big joke. You see, when I found out that you was coming to New York, we decided to make you an honorary member in our great fraternity, the Mystic Knights of the Sea. In other words, Leroy, dear, the joke started when I come over to meet you in the hotel lobby. I is your brother-in-law, the Kingfish, and Leroy, dear, this is the initiation that we give all brother-in-laws from out of town that joins our Lord.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what we do.
And I always helps with initiation. I always helps, but I'm glad it's over. I'm glad it's over.
Well. Can you beat that?
It was some joke, all right, wasn't it, Leroy, old pal?
Well, you had me fooled.
Well, George, that's a mighty big initiation you give Leroy.
Well, my pep is over, so I'll run along. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Oh, so long, Gabby. So long. Thanks for helping.
Yeah, I think I'll get out of here, too.
Wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute, sir.
Well, let's all sit down here in the parlor and talk to Leroy.
Listen, honey, Leroy is going to buy a lunchroom for me, and he wants to get down there and close the deal before his train leaves tonight.
Oh, sure enough.
No, that's providing, of course, that when I see it, it'll look like it's a good thing for him.
Look here. There ain't no monkey business going on, is it, George?
Oh, monkey business, honey? How can I do any monkey business with our own flesh and blood? This is my own dear brother-in-law, and ain't nobody going to mislead him while I was around.
I'm certainly glad to hear you say that, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, come on, Andy. We got to go over to the lodge and put Leroy's name down as a life member.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Well, I'll rush on over to the bank before it closes.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. You go to the bank before it closes, and we'll see you here tonight, Leroy, at 7 o'clock.
All right, Kingfish, 7 o'clock. My train don't leave till 8.
All right, see you later, Sapphire. Come on, Andy.
Oh, me. We got out of that jam by the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, that idea about the initiation just happened to hit me in the head.
Yeah, and that speech you made about not letting nobody do nothing to mislead him, that helped a lot, too.
Yeah, but let me tell you what we're going to do to him now.
Yeah. Why is we going to the lodge hall?
Andy, look here. I has got $15 that I was supposed to give to the landlord today for my rent. Now, I is going down to the lodge hall and get about 30 of them members that hang around there all the time and give them 50 cents apiece to go down to Oscar's lunchroom at 6 o'clock and order food. So the lunchroom will look so busy that Leroy will buy it.
Kingfish, you is the most brilliantest chiseler I don't ever know.
Well, George, it sure is lucky that Leroy is buying this lunchroom for you. Don't you think so, Andy?
Oh, sure. There ain't no two ways about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. That must be Leroy now. Well, we'll soon be sitting on Easy Street.
Come on in, Leroy.
Well. Well, I see you got your suitcase all packed, Leroy.
Yes, I'm all ready to go to the train. I'll set my suitcase here in the hall.
Yeah, well, I'll arrange to have a taxi cab pick you up here, and by the way, it's all paid for. I took care of that.
Why, thank you, Kingfish.
Come on in the parlor. You remember Andy.
Oh, yes. How are you?
Oh, glad to see you, old pal. Glad to see you.
Yeah, well, tell me, Leroy, did you get to the bank all right?
Oh, yes, in plenty of time.
And got the money?
Oh, yes, I got the money.
And then you went to the lunchroom to see Oscar?
Oh, yes, right on schedule.
Oh, that's great.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah, what'd you think of the place?
Well, I thought it was a good thing to buy.
Yeah, I thought you would. Guess they had some people in there eating, too, didn't they?
Eating? He sold 30 hamburgers right while I was standing there.
Can you imagine that?
In fact, Oscar told me that business suddenly picked up so much that he decided not to sell.
Be sure to tune in next Friday evening at this same time and hear the Amos and Andy Show when Andy tries to outsmart a lie detector. The Amos and Andy Show is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox with one more additional message and an important one. A pretty well-known guy, one Bob Hope, made an important statement the other day. Bob said, and I'm quoting, "I've seen a battalion of boys in from long days of desert fighting in North Africa snap to attention as the colors went down. They didn't say, it's too much bother. So when women here say that about saving used kitchen fats, I feel we're letting those boys down hard. Cooking fats are urgently needed to make medicine, gunpowder, shells, and bullets." Unquote. You get the point, ladies? Then remember, your meat dealer will pay you for them and give you 2 red ration points for each pound you turn in. Turn them in, won't you? Thank you, and good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. George and Gracie. Spam, oh boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show and his orchestra for singing glee with a smooth history. Last but not least, who is Bud Easton? Time for Burns and Allen at your house. And say, have last-minute Christmas chores got you in a whirl? Now look, Mother, even though you don't get home until just before supper time, here's the quick, easy way to give your family swell food that satisfies husky appetites. Serve baked Spam, S-P-A-M. And baking is easy when you serve Spam. All you do is open a can of Spam, stud it with cloves, and slip it into the oven. The easy recipe is right on the label. In just a few minutes, you'll have a delicious main course. Spam is tender, juicy meat with extra goodness and flavor because Spam is a perfect combination of pork shoulder meat and ham meat. Tired appetites perk up with Spam on the table, and tired mothers like it because Spam is so easy to serve. Tomorrow, be sure your shopping list includes S-P-A-M Spam. Here they are, your 2 favorite Spam stars, George and Gracie.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Say, George, I saw Artie Shaw's picture second course at the Paramount last night. He was great.
Really?
Fred Astaire was swell. And Paulette Goddard was grand. And Ken and Bud Heaston make love.
Wait a minute. Bud Heaston wasn't in the picture.
Well, he was sitting next to me, if you know what I mean.
So you were at the Paramount last night, too, huh, Bud?
Yes.
How did you like it?
Oh, swell. Next week I'm going back to see the picture.
Gracie, how was Artie Shaw as an actor?
Well, he had plenty of trouble with his lines. Every time he opened his mouth, he stuck his clarinet in it.
Some love of that Shaw. I'll bet every time he threw a kiss, Paulette got it.
Oh, well, no.
Got it?
Well,
Old stuff.
Judge, I was only fooling. Artie was
got
great.
it. That was a beauty.
Yeah. Oh, dear. There was Artie with his arms around Paulette Goddard, and Paulette was looking into his eyes, and Artie looked into Paulette's eyes, and then Fred Astaire kissed her, and
Gracie, how did Fred Astaire get into this?
Well, he's very fast on his feet, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'm not bad either.
No?
You know, in vaudeville, I used to be Goldie of Goldie Fields and Glide.
No.
So what?
Really?
And you could tell by that Goddard line that I did the comedy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll show you something right now. You know how Fred Astaire jumps up in the air and clicks his heels 3 times?
How many times?
3 times.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, I can jump up in the air and click my heels 4 times. Okay. Watch. Well, how do you like it, Gracie?
Swell. You can come down now.
Well, anyway, Artie, we've done a lot of kidding, but I hear that you're really great in the picture.
Well, thanks a lot, George.
I understand you play a romantic kid.
Nah, George, those love scenes aren't all that cracked up to be. For example, that scene at the breakfast table where I'm reading a newspaper and Paulette Goddard comes in and kisses me. Every time we did the scene, something went wrong. You know, she kissed me 52 times. Boy, that was awful.
Awful? What was awful about that?
I never got a chance to read Little Abner.
Kissed him 52 times. Should happen to me.
You know, Artie, George, and I danced in a picture with Fred Astaire. That's what gave Fred Astaire a start.
It's kind of a hard line to get out.
Start. Fred Astaire.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
really kidding.
That's your line, Artie.
No, really. When he saw George dance, it gave him an awful start.
Well, we got 2 laughs before that.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue from there. Where are we?
Yo también vi esta película, esa señorita Paulette Goddard.
Well, there goes Senor Lee. You said something funny, huh? Well, there goes the guitar player interrupting again.
Hey, Senor Shaw. Hey, Artie. Hey, boss. Hey, lover.
What is it, Senor Lee?
You in the picture with Fred Astaire? That's a strange coincidence.
Senor Lee, you said that wrong.
Perdóname. Senor Shaw, you being in the same picture with Fred Astaire is a strange coincidence.
Well, that sort of finishes up Artie Shaw's new picture, second chorus. And Artie, you noticed I mentioned it 3 times. Is that enough?
Yeah, and someday I'll write a little song about Spam.
Well, thanks, kid.
Gee, that'll be swell, Artie. Spam's bound to become #1 on the Eat Parade.
On the Eat Parade. Well, now let's start our play. Gracie, give out the scripts. Okay, Bud, take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you remember, last week we did a play, and we left off with George, Artie, and myself in jail about to be hanged, and Gracie on the way to the governor to try and save our lives. Lights, curtain, music.
Gracie, where are the scripts?
The scripts?
Yeah, the scripts for the play.
Oh, the radio script.
Yeah, the radio scripts. I gave them to you this morning. Where are they?
You want to talk about my brother?
Who's interested in your brother?
The woman across the street.
Well, who cares?
Her husband.
Gracie, we were having lunch at the Brown Derby, and I gave you a package. Where are the scripts?
Oh, scripts. Oh, let me see now. No, don't tell me. I left the Brown Derby, and I went into that drugstore, and I put a nickel in the phonograph and played Beat Me Daddy 6 to the bar.
6 to the bar?
Yeah, it was a cut rate drugstore. And then then I changed a dime and weighed myself, and I had 9 pennies left, so I weighed myself 9 more times. And
Gracie, the audience is waiting.
Yeah,
Where were the
please,
scripts?
Please. Then I left for the May department store, and I crossed the park, and there was a man surrounded by a lot of pigeons feeding them peanuts. And he said, Miss, how would you like to try this? And I did. I ate about 2 bags of peanuts. And
Artie, will you play a number while Gracie tries to figure out where she left the scripts?
And then the pigeons flew away, and I said goodbye to Mr. Reuter.
To Mr. Reuter.
Did I leave the script?
Yeah, the scripts.
Oh, I was on my way to the May Company, and I stopped to buy a ticket for the Rose Bowl game. The man said, would you like to sit on the 50-yard line? And I said, no, the chalk would ruin my dress. And then...
See, we've got to do a show.
Oh, please. And then the man said the tickets for the Rose Bowl were $1 apiece. And
$1 apiece?
Oh, of course, it was a very small piece. Now, if I can get $200 more, I can buy the rest of the tickets. And then...
Gracie, try to remember what you did with the package. The scripts are in it. We're supposed to do a play.
Señor Shaw, ¿por qué todas las noches tenemos que tocar Ferenci? Ya estoy cansado de tocar
yeah?
la misma
Tú vas a hacer lo que yo digo. Yo soy el jeep aquí.
What's going on here? Artie, what's your guitar player saying?
What's he saying? I'm having enough trouble trying to figure out what I'm saying.
What's the argument about, Senor Lee?
I do not like the number Ferenci we just played. Every night we play it at the Pandemonium Ballroom.
Pandemonium?
Si.
It's Palladium. Oh. Pandemonium is a lot of noise and confusion.
He swing and sway with Sammy Kaye?
Artie, why do you take it from that musician?
He's got a diploma from Casaloma.
Say, that's cute.
Hey, George.
What?
Try Spam and Chili with Rudy Villy.
You guys keep it up. Just keep it up and you'll be hitting the road with Papa Jode.
See now. So I finally got to the May Company.
Oh, you finally got to the May Company?
Yeah, and I went to the men's department, and I said, I'd like to get a shirt for George, and the man said 34 sleeves, and I said, no, 2 will be enough.
Gracie, when you got through shopping all day, what did you do with the packages?
The packages. Oh, those were all Christmas presents. I took them all down to the post office and mailed them.
To the post office?
Yes.
Well, you must have mailed the scripts with the rest of the packages.
Oh, well, let's go down and look for them.
Well, certainly.
Well, they'll be easy to find on account of all my packages are addressed direct to the exchange department of the May Company.
You addressed you addressed all your gifts to the exchange department?
Well, yeah, that'll save my friends a lot of trouble after Christmas.
Well, come on, everybody. You better come with me to the post office and help me find the scripts.
I'll help.
I'll help.
Mr. Burns, I refuse to help.
Who are you?
Just a rugged individualist.
Everything happens to me. Well, come on, everybody. Let's go.
Oh, well, George, I got it.
The scripts?
No. Let's tear a herring with old Fred Waring.
Oh, come on. Hey, 4 years in Harvard, open the door. Hey, soundman, I'm talking to you. Why don't you pay attention to your work?
Mr. Burns, that is what I've been doing all my life. 4 years I went to Harvard, studied diligently and never missed a lecture. The notes I made are used today as a model by the students at Harvard. Alongside me sat a student who never paid attention to anything. Instead of taking down notes, he wrote childish jingles on the margin of his notebook. Today, that man gets $50,000 a year writing those Burma shave signs, and this is what I do for a living.
Well, this is no time of the year to be sad. Christmas is in the air. Think of Santa Claus.
Poor Santa Claus reminds me of myself. Works hard all year and winds up holding the bag.
Come on, everybody. Let's get to the post office. I've got to find those scripts.
Now, to get this place in about 2 hours.
Oh, well. Here we are at the post office.
Boy, look at this crowd.
Now, Gracie, at what window did you mail the packages?
Oh, let me see now. Look for a handsome clerk with blue eyes, blonde mustache, and striped lipstick. He's got a sort of a
striped lipstick?
Well, yes. It's an account of I kissed him through the bars.
Well, let's stand at the end of this line.
Don't push.
Don't push. Don't push. Don't push. Don't push. Don't push. Who's pushing? Who's pushing? Who's pushing?
Who's pushing? Who's pushing?
Well, we'll never get to that window. I had to give you the scripts.
Hey, George, I know how to get in front of this line.
With all these men?
Well, yes.
Never.
Well, just watch me. Look, here comes Teddy Lamar.
Next. Who's first in line?
I am.
Oh, what a day. Have we been rushed? Do you know, miss, that today I sold 1,000 1-cent stamps?
Well, if I were you, I'd sell 3-cent stamps.
Why?
Well, you meet a better class of people.
Oh, have I been busy? I've been standing on my seat since 7 o'clock this morning.
Oh, you must be tired. Why don't you let me stand on them for a while?
Gracie, ask her about the packet.
What?
Ask her about the packet.
Ask her about what?
The packet. The packet. The packet. The packet. The packet.
The packet.
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Hey, George, when you get down to the window, will you mail this Christmas gift for me?
Sure, if I ever get down there. Well, look, it's for me. Artie, what are you sending me?
It's a lounging robe.
That's funny. Last Christmas, I sent you a lounging robe.
Well, it's the same loungy robe.
Well, thanks, kid.
And you know what I want this Christmas?
Now what?
A great big sailboat.
Well, in this weather, you can use it.
Senor Burns, will you please mail this package of dishes for me? But be careful with it. It's high-class crookery.
Crookery? You mean crockery. Crookery means that you stole it.
The man in back of me in the blue uniform is a sailor?
Gracie, find out about the scripts. Gracie, Wait a minute. Gracie, what are you doing behind the window?
Well, I'm taking the girl's place. She went out to look for the package. Oh, George, aren't people silly? You ought to read some of the letters they send. Oh, dear. Listen to this one. Dear Santa Claus, please send us a man for Christmas. And if you can't find one, please come yourself. Signed, Brenda and Cabina.
Gracie, you mean you're opening the mail?
Yeah, isn't it fun? I'm so glad I took a place.
You know, you can be held for a thing like that.
Well, who do you think the man with his arms around me is? A sailor? Ooh, by the way, it is.
Gracie, the package. We've got
Oh, look, isn't this a sad letter? Dear Santa Claus, we've been waiting for you for a long, long time, but you never come to visit us. If you don't come this year, what will I tell the children? Signed, Mrs. Santa Claus.
Gracie, you've got to find the script.
When unexpected guests come knocking at your door like this, you get into a twizzy, catch your breath, and say, oh, what shall I feed the bunch? Now, look, if you keep Spam on your pantry shelf, this will happen when folks start knocking. You'll go right to the door, open it up, and say, come on in. You'll never worry about each. You'll have plenty of time to visit because you'll ask to be excused and go out into the kitchen like this. Then you'll open a can of Spam, cut off slices, and place on toast. Then you'll put on a slice of tomato, pickle, or Bermuda onion, and cover with thin slices of cheese. Pop that into the oven until the cheese melts, and there you have a hot Spamwich. A one-plate meal that's sure to make a hit. Bring those hot Spamwiches out of the kitchen like this, and your guests will all say, yum, yum.
Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, yum.
The meaty flavor, the taste-tempting goodness of Spam is something folks really get hungry for. When friends drop in this holiday season, serve them a hot Spamwich. Or serve Spam cold, or fried, or baked. The easy recipes are right on the label. Fussy appetites like Spam because it's different. A perfect combination of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and tender, tasty ham meat. That's why Spam has extra goodness, extra flavor. To be sure of getting the real thing, always look for this sentence on the Spam label, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Tomorrow, say to your food dealer, I want Spam. You can serve it dozens of ways. Isn't that right, Smoothies?
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Gracie, get away from that window. We've got...
Hey, you stop pushing! Stop pushing!
Stop pushing! Stop pushing! Wait a minute! We did that.
We did that!
Quiet!
Well, who's next?
Gracie, will you come out from behind that stamp window? We've got to find the script.
Say, sourpuss, get back in line. Miss, can I have a 1-cent stamp?
Well, we've got a 1-cent stamp if you really want it. But if I were you, I'd take one of our 6-cent stamps. They're a little more expensive, but they'll last longer. And they're washable. And besides that, they look very pretty on your tongue.
Miss, I'd like a 1-cent stamp. The one that has Lincoln's picture on it.
Oh, well, which Lincoln do you mean? Henry Fonda or Walt Houston?
Never mind. Next time I'll go by train.
Well, isn't that a silly man? Next. And what can I do for you, sir?
Remember me? I'm George Burns.
George Burns? Oh, weren't you in vaudeville?
Yeah, we played together at the DeKalb in Brooklyn.
Well, didn't you work with a very beautiful girl?
Yes, and that happens to be you.
Oh, well, imagine running into me. It certainly is a small world.
Gracie, what about the script?
Hey, miss,
Come out
get back in line.
What can I do for you, madam?
I hope I'm not too late, miss. Can I catch the China Clipper?
Well, you might be able to if you put another feather in your hat.
Look, Gracie, what about the script? Will you come
Get back in line.
Listen here.
Get back in line.
Well...
Look, miss, I've been writing with one of your pens, and I've got a handful of ink.
A handful of ink? Well, thanks for telling me. You may keep it for your honesty.
Gracie, what about the script?
Get back in line.
Look, I'm not getting back in line.
Attaboy, George.
You stay out of this.
Anybody that talks that way to George Burns gets a punch in the nose.
You know who I am?
No, who are you?
I'm the vice president of the Hormel Company, makers of Spam.
You know who I am?
No.
Thank goodness.
Say, I better get back in line.
Senor Burns, will you mail this package to my brother? It's a pair of sealskin gloves.
It's not sealskin. It's not steel, it's seal.
Steel.
No, seal. Look, what has a flat head, small eyes, a mustache, and a beautiful fur coat?
My brother's wife.
Look, senor, I've got my own troubles, Gracie. We've got to find our scripts.
Hey, George, I got it.
The scripts?
No. Let's have sandwiches and tea with Fibber McGee.
Oh, go away.
George, how'd you make out?
Well, I certainly got a lot of help out of you, Artie. Where have you been?
What a madhouse this post office is. I sat down at that long table over there, and before I knew it, I was weighed, stamped, and airmailed special to Pomona.
Now, look, I've got to do something.
Well, George, your troubles are over. Here comes the superintendent, and he's got my package under his arm.
No. Before I give it to you, miss, you'll have to answer a few questions. Now, what's your name?
Gracie T. Allen.
What are all those T's for?
Well, when my daddy first saw me, he said...
Look, mister, can we have the package now?
Just a moment now. Miss, can you identify yourself?
Well, certainly. Where's my handbag?
Right here, Gracie.
Oh, wait till I look in the mirror. Yeah, that's me.
I can't stand it. This is awful.
Well, never mind. Here's your package.
Well, thanks. Come on. Great. I've got the script. Come on, everybody. We've got to get out of here. Ouch! Ouch! Well, come on. Let's get back to the studio. Hey, taxi!
And so tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the second episode of Gracie Allen's dynamic play. As you remember last week, George, Bud, and Artie were in the jail, sentenced to be hanged. And Gracie was on her way back from the governor's offices, where she'd been making a plea for their lives. The scene opens with the boys anxiously pacing their cell as Gracie arrives.
Well, this is simply awful. Oh, she's been away for hours.
Never get over it.
Oh, boys, I've got some terrible news for you.
You mean we're going to the gas chamber?
Worse than that.
We're going to be hanged?
Worse than that.
Electrocuted?
No, worse than that.
Well, what can be worse than that?
I left the scripts in the taxi.
Oh. And now the Smoothies, Bab, shouting a little, will sing. Take it, kids.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing on a sleigh and song the night. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to sing this song tonight. Now's the time to bring the cheer. Jingle bells, jingle, century. Jingle bells, Christmas ya llegó. Oyen las campanas que ya Santa Claus salió. Jingle bells, hay felicidad. Todos les deseamos una merry Navidad. Now's the time to bring the cheer. Jingle, here comes George. Jingle, sing it, George.
Jingle bell,
Jingling,
jingle bell,
jingling,
jingle all the way.
Oh, tell us, Georgie.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in that one-horse open daddy.
You said it.
Jingle bell,
Jingling,
jingle bell,
jingling,
jingle all the way.
We dig you, Georgie.
How I love this time of year when I can always bring a cheer. I know I really love to sing. Some people say I sound like Bing, so now I'm really going to swing. Oh, daddle-a-doodle-a-doodle-a-doodle-a-doodle-a.
Now's the time to bring the cheer. Jingle, now it's fun. Jingle, sing it, bud.
Jingle bells, a happy man I am. Ha, 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 I didn't mention Sam. Yeah.
Now's the time to bring the cheer. is here.
Here I am, there's nothing more for you. I wish you all good Christmas cheer, a bright and happy coming year. My mother and I, my brother and I, my daddy and sister say, to gather round and sing with us this Merry Christmas Day.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Merry Christmas to you.
Every day, more and more families discover that Spam solves mealtime problems quickly. Originated by Hormel, Spam has become the most popular meat item brought out in a generation. Spam is tender, juicy meat with a taste and a flavor all its own. Fry golden brown slices for breakfast. Serve Spam cold for lunch, just as it comes from the can. To bake Spam for dinner. Look for the easy recipes on the label. If you haven't yet tried Spam, now's the time. You're really missing something extra good. Tomorrow, ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam.
Thanks, Buck. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night. Say, George, I just thought of a riddle.
Riddle? What is it?
What did the governor of North Carolina say to the governor of South Carolina?
What did he say?
Merry Christmas.
Good night, all.
Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. Join us again next week for Burns and Allen with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for Hormel and Spam, reminding you that Spam hits the spot. This is the National Broadcasting Company.